black cars, for example, get like hotter faster in the sun?
I know. I get hotter. Yeah.
How's that work? Because I might burn easier, but like, what's the? I don't know.
I don't know. The temperature differential between
black
folks and white folks.
This is like race realism.
I can't wait.
That'll be like interesting.
Don't worry. Because in the winter, I can keep your girlfriend warm. So it's not a problem, all right?
Dude, okay, so hold on, but before we get started,
girlfriend, you can keep her warm anytime.
Melina, Destiny's girlfriend, or fiance, she was like, "Hey, I'm drunk, do an AMA," and then like everybody was asking her questions about her mom, so she just like turned it back into your mom jokes like over and over and over again. So it was like 18 pages of mom jokes. It was actually pretty fucking awesome.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I thought it was fun.
Dude, your mom jokes never died. They're still the best kind of joke.
Yeah. It was
I don't know.
Flexible and fun.
I don't know.
Your
like
mom's
your mom.
I was a kid growing up that like you can make fun of me all you want, make fun of my brother, make fun of my dad, but just do not say my mom. Do everything else.
Those be fighting words.
Yeah, exactly, fighting words.
I always thought that was like the awkward thing, right? Is like because you always nothing against you, but you always had like the one person that would always be like, "You never talk about my mom," when it's a clearly harmless your mama joke. Yeah. And I'm just like, I wonder how far are you willing to go to defend your mom's honor, right? let's go find out, right? So I'm not gonna lie. Sometimes,
I won't lie. I've had my ass beat multiple times trying to defend my mom's honor.
Hey, you're a good son. God bless you.
Yeah.
I'm going to be totally honest. If this does devolve into blood sports, there will be your mom
I won't lie
because of physical distance.
Just don't be surprised if you got white rice outside your door. You got white rice outside your door. Like, who talking now?
Yo, you might think it's just a wedding.
So, Hammer, thank you for the $5 donation. Much appreciated. But so that's the only problem with your mama jokes, because occasionally you're gonna find someone who's gonna make a fight, actually want to fight you about that, and it's like, all right, it's like not worth it, right?
Simply your mama jokes normally don't get me.
My thing is my mother told me like from a young age is that like don't get upset when people insult me because they literally don't know me. They're just making shit up. They're trying to get a rise out of you. Why let it happen, right? So I think it was really good advice. So yeah. I'm not like why get in an altercation with someone over like literally nothing. It's like, oh, I had sex with your mom. Well, no, you didn't. You're a fucking 12. You're a fucking 12-year-old. So you obviously did not.
You'd say that, but then there was a mom who got in trouble for sleeping with the entire football team at the high school I went to. So maybe a lot of dudes did have sex with that guy's mom.
I would have.
It was not my mom, thank God. I don't know if I could have handled the onslaught of your mom jokes after the entire football team.
I would 100%
that would be
fighting.
Yo,
that's the straight up fight from the rip. If like my mom actually did that, and you remind, if my mom actually did that shit, that wouldn't be my mom no more. But if you ever brought it up, to me, I'm instantly fighting. Like period. Like hands down. I don't care.
It was the entire football team. It was after I moved out of that district. I remember hearing it's like, oh yeah, mom comes out and like slept with this one dude, and like everyone kind of like knew-ish, like was suspected. But then it came out that it wasn't just the one guy; it was like the entire football team, and like both the varsity and the freshman team, and like people got and like I don't know if she's in jail now, but I'm assuming so. Like there was definitely a case that I did not keep up with, but
you need to look that up. I want an update on that.
Let me see if I can find him.
We just had a kid whose mom did porn back in like the 80s, and we happened to find a VHS tape of it, and it went all around the school.
Just get ready for a bunch of these OnlyFans, these OnlyFans mamas.
Yeah, I don't know how it happened, but it happened.
Yo, that
and
like
she still looked the same too.
I know listen, I know we're in like progressive spaces and like sex positivity and like all that kind of shit, but yo, like there are gonna be a whole generation of fucking alpha who have fucking OnlyFans moms, and it is not gonna be good.
Yep.
That's true.
Yeah, I saw your
That's
mom
gonna be a
naked on
problem.
OnlyFans. That's gonna be the next your mom joke.
Yeah.
No, that's already one.
I'll beat your ass. Well, I'm subscribed to your mom.
It's like that. I paid $4.99 and I saw her tits, dog.
Yo, but see that's like the problem. It's like how upset can you be when it's true? Like that's like it's
I think you're supposed to be more upset
but like
when
if
it's
you
true, right?
really want to break it down, your mom is just as much as a hoe as anybody else's mom, right? She grew up, she was in her 20s, she was in her 15, she was 15, 19, whatever.
First
Going
of
out,
all,
running around just the same as everybody
I will
else.
not.
And like all the bullshit that you did as a kid, your mom been there, she's done it. Ain't nothing
Okay.
special. It was back in the days of love too,
All right.
in the
I'm
70s
not-
for us older folk.
I'm not going to physically fight you over this, but but my
I
mother,
welcome it.
my mother has been with the same man for 50 years.
Mhm.
So I
Okay.
find that impressive. Like, you know, I don't want to be thinking about like what they do or whatever, but she's been with one dude for 50 years. That's impressive, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, and first of all, okay, all right.
Yeah, like I know it's uncomfortable to think about.
No. That's not that's not the
Who gives a
problem.
fuck?
Pride's
Yeah,
like,
yeah, exactly,
how do I
right?
not?
Your
open
parents
this?
are people too.
No, I'm already
No,
in
they're
it.
not.
No, we're already in it. Look, the problem is that is that because eventually, no matter what, this conversation like gets to slut shaming. I'm not saying that's what Salsa was trying to do. I'm not trying to call you out anything. But like that's where it always goes. Is that well, your mom slept with more than the proper number, right? What's that number? Oh, I don't know, right? More than my father, I guess, right? Like that's the number, right? And maybe she slept with your father more than once to conceive you. So who the fuck knows, right? Like, and it's like why? Like I never dug into that hole for my mother. I've talked to her about lots of things. Never dug into that hole, and I'm going to leave that thing buried.
Next week's topic. The evolutionary psychology
have that conversation, then
of
come
mom
back with
sex.
us.
Yeah.
But I mean, it honestly, it shouldn't bother me. It shouldn't bother me what she's done. I don't know, but like I don't want to know. But the problem, the fact that like I want to push that subject away and pretend it's never happened, right? Virgin birth, like that's part of the problem in and of itself.
Okay,
so,
next
like,
week, mom fucking, we'll talking about it. I get it.
I think it's a service to yourself and the world that you have that conversation with your mother, right?
On stream, yeah.
Prime you first.
On stream,
I
go
have to
ahead.
like,
I am
walk
not
up to your
charging
mom and be
up
like,
this
"Yo,
though."
mom, what's your body count?" Like, tell me.
No man.
Oh.
And okay, and let's call it counterpoints here, right? I'm talking about his mother being with someone for 50 years. I believe him. Why is it only that person? Right?
I hope.
Did they have an open marriage?
I'm not
Who knows?
asking.
Would they? Yeah, exactly. Would they actually tell you?
Eat that shit
right?
the way it is.
I mean, she's a good Christian woman. I'm open.
Although a lot of good Christian women, I'm not saying anything about your mom, but like there are a lot of good Christian women who
All
get
I'm
up to some
saying-
shit. Like I'm just saying,
All I'm
and that's
saying
okay.
is 20 years ago, we would have already been fist fighting. Like,
I know, and that's the thing.
I'm not saying
And
you and me. I'm saying everybody. Like white rice, new salsa. Like we would have just been like, it's fine.
Like you spoke about my mama in this way, like.
But wait until you get like that kid whose mom is on OnlyFans, but she makes a fuckload of money, and somebody does try to say that, and he's like, "Yeah, but you saw what my house looks like, dude."
I mean, but you could say that. You
It's
could
like,
say
yo,
that,
mama,
but
he's like,
this kid doesn't have any perspective, right? This is his only perspective is this big ass house, right? So he's gonna say that this is his norm. So even if you talk shit about his house, because I've seen rich kids get made fun of and bullied just the same, right? It's because this is the only thing they know, and they're still looking for their peer acceptance. And if your peer acceptance is just like, I'm still gonna tag on your mom, like, cool, you have a big ass house, but at least my mom's not a hoe.
Yeah.
Right, and it's just like shit. That's still gonna hurt.
But Twitch chat brought this up. They were like, "Yeah, man, thanks for paying for my Lexus."
Yeah, I mean, it's like
if you can own it, right, but like I'm just saying, 16
that's why
if could not have owned that. All right,
that's why if your mom does OnlyFans, right, or someone's one of those, they have the responsibility to be the best of the best at it, right? therefore,
exactly.
like regardless, like if she's making millies, right, and you go wherever you go to school, and like you walk up and they're like, yeah, well, your mom's a hoe. It's like, yeah, I drove to school in a Lamborghini, dog. Like, what you doing? Like, you know.
Right.
But
yeah,
like, but as soon as they can as soon as they can match you there, right, then you're just fucked.
Yeah, you don't want the 1998
or your mom's fucked,
Toyota Camry LE, OnlyFans money. You know what I was like? Yeah,
No, you want that Mercedes, like
rather cry in a
brand
Mercedes
new
than a
Honda
Toyota.
Civic.
yeah.
But the whole thing is that like, and okay, and this is the thing. I really want to bring this up with someone on the panel, right? Because this is the thing that Bob. The problem here is that your mother, right, or your sister, right, or a woman in your sphere, your girlfriend, your wife, right, she did something, right, sexual, and it was out of your control, right? That's the problem. Is that she might have been with all these other guys, right? Might have been with that guy. Maybe he's right. Like, I did fuck your mother, right? Like, and it was out of your control. Like, like but like, there's not an equivalent for men, right? Like a father. No, there is not. There's no equivalent, right?
If my dad was fucking 13-year-old, he's going to jail.
I mean, if he had another family,
no, I don't think he's saying that.
If like fathers like stepped out and had like a secret family and that came up, like you're the bastard child, for example, or something.
No, I don't think. I think the idea.
I think
the equivalent for fathers is like
you run through,
right?
No, like the idea is like if you run through a whole bunch of women as a man, right? Like no one thinks twice about it.
The key that opens many locks
versus
the locks that opens many keys.
That's the idea.
But this is the thing though. If somebody was running through a bunch of women and then he wasn't taking care of his family, we would call that person a deadbeat and we would judge them morally.
But
running through women is relevant.
Yeah. I'm not bringing that part in though. That's a separate issue, right? The issue is like his sexual promiscuity, right? So like a woman doesn't say to like another woman, "Hey, like I fucked your dad or I fucked your brother," unless she actually fucked them. When a woman says that, that's actually true. That she did that.
I don't know. I see people on Twitter saying that shit.
I have yet to. It's not a thing the way it is because it's like it's a challenge to your masculinity that your woman, however you define that, mother, wife, daughter, right, is not under your control. And her like you haven't like secured her sexuality, so like it damages your masculinity, but it's like never the other way around. Okay. Never the other way around.
Was that challenging people's masculinity at 12 years old in Xbox?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. But this is what I'm going to say because this might be cultural. My dad steps out on my mom. He's getting a fucking ass whooping. Like, so I get it. It's not equivalent. Promiscuity is a separate thing from like responsibility. I'll concede that. But I do think that there is a criticism of masculinity when it comes to responsibility. So if somebody's like, if a dude is a dog and he's getting a whole bunch of women, yeah, when you're like 17, 18, whatever, you might get props. But if you're an adult and then you ruin your family because you're too much of a hound, then you will get negative social pushback. And I think correctly so.
Oh, and you know what?
The problem is because
that
exists for women too, right? Like if you're like a woman and you like fucking left your kids or you fucking fucked up your marriage, like it's equally as bad, if not worse. Like dad kind of leaves and goes around, yeah, fuck that guy, he's a deadbeat dad. But like that's kind of expected in some communities and stuff like that, right? Like,
yeah, but that's pretty much irrelevant of like how many people you sleep with, right? Like either one of those, from the male's perspective or the female's perspective, it's irrelevant from the amount of people.
What he's saying is like we hold men accountable for like instead of promiscuity, it's responsibility. But I'm saying
I was going to say I just
for women as well.
Like I don't know if it's special. Like maybe it's a little bit different for me because since I'm in like I do a lot of salsa dancing, there's a salsa community, right? A lot of people know a lot of people. A lot of people are very attractive in this community, and a lot of people sleep with a lot of people. But for the dudes that have 100% like been with a lot of women, everybody is aware that that guy's just a penis. right? It's like, this isn't the dude that you build a relationship with. If you want to go talk to somebody to go get a quick smash, like, women play men just the fucking same. And like, yeah, I can go talk to freaking Jose and I can go get what I need. But at the end of the day, I'm not going to date Jose. I've seen that, like, real talk from women. And I think maybe this is because in the salsa community, like, it's a little tighter knit, but I'm being willing to bet you can take any other community where, and like this same justification, right, is like, this man has been with too many people, like, and like, I'm not going to date him because he's been with too many people. It's just like, that's just, it's not good for me, it's not a good look for me, even as a woman type thing.
All right, well, I'm the white guy, so I'm going to be a little racist, right? So the question is, are there communal differences? Like so, for instance, like, I would say in like Anglo Protestant, white bread, boring, whatever culture, it is expected, or at least it was expected from my parents' generation, you get with one person and you stay. You don't fuck that shit up, right? Like that's just kind of what it is. And then what I would say is, what I'm hearing is that there's different expectations in different communities. And like, I think that's to be expected even amongst white folk. But I am saying that at least part of this is cultural.
Oh, I mean, maybe to an extent, but you got to remember, Latinos, like, straight from the rip, they're not like, they're socially conservative folk, right? 100%. They're supposed to who you're supposed to be.
Yeah,
and
but
like,
when you're salsa dancing with a bunch of sexy
West Coast Swing, for example.
Hard.
No, but you could take West Coast Swing, right, which is a traditionally like white folk dance, right? Or you could go to the country club, right, and do some line dancing, which I do. And like, I'm 100% positive if they have the dude out there that's ran through everybody in these generally like white focused cultures, that the women there are gonna express the same thing. Because at the end of the day, if you have the ability to, because you're because you're respected in your community and you have the ability to run through a whole bunch of women, a lot of guys, irrelevant of cultures, take those pills and they take that option and they do it, right?
100%.
It's like, I think it's, in the Latin culture, maybe, right? Because it is a lot more sexual dances and everything else like that. So maybe you do have something there. There is Italians, but I don't think it's that large. Well, I don't know what Italians do.
I don't agree, because like, I feel like, and like, maybe this isn't true, but I feel like there's like this this idea that, like, if you're a woman, like, yeah, like, Jose is just around, he's the guy who like goes around the block and touches everybody, and if you're looking for a good time. But the woman who locks down Jose is like extra special, right? Like, she was able to get the guy who was like desired by everybody, right?
Depends,
I feel like
that's
Jose's
a dog. Depends on whether
I don't think it's that.
Yeah,
way
like,
at
hold
all.
on, because there's this whole like narrative, like, women is like, oh yeah, like you get the bad boy and then you change him and make him good for only you. Like, that's totally a thing that happens in like female circles.
100%. The I
Maybe.
can fix him type, and that always crashes and burns, and like all media.
I mean, yeah, it doesn't work, but like,
that's even that's looked down upon nowadays, right? It's like, it's not your job to fix this man. He's a grown ass man. He's supposed to be able to handle himself, right? It's like, you don't need a mom. Like, I'm not looking for a son. I'm looking for a partner, right? So like, I guess the perspective that I'm looking at is that, like, one, in the salsa community, there's older and younger people, but a lot of younger, like, style, because those are the cool ones, permeates in like culture that permeates a little bit harder, right? And so I would venture to say that it's just like, if, I don't know, like, I've seen manhos, and then when they realize like that no one's, at least that I talk to, no one's envious of the manhos when they get married, but they're all just like, you know what? I hope he stays faithful.
Right.
Right. And then they don't.
There's almost like an underlying cultural essentialism that's like embedded in those questions. I don't think that there's any individual culture like we'd be able to say like is broad to like specifically Hispanics or specific whatever, because you'll find that like a lot of these cultures vary depending on like specific like ethnicity and which means like specific regional areas or specific like areas, like as he was referring to specifically like the dancing community, right? Like, just like I would not be able to say like the black church going community is the same as like the black sports community, or would be the same as like the black college community, right? Like, all of these cultures are going to be specifically different, and I don't think any of it could be like tied down to any one group. I would say the one thing that I would say is that I would make like would be a broad cultural description would be something about just maybe in general conservatism. And I would say that there's counterculture among the youth that's always going to exist there. But I would say that the average black person, in the same way that the average white person would probably view like the idea about like finding one person and committing to that one person and so on and so forth, especially when you get into more conservative church-going African American communities. But of course, I would never try to use that like description to kind of like paint like all black people or whatever, because it does vary greatly.
Yeah, there's subcategories to everything, right? Like regional subcategories to everything. So I mean that makes a shitload of sense. I'm assuming not every Hispanic person fucking, you know, south of New York fucking does salsa, right? Like it's probably, you know, just like a certain subcategory, certain group that has its own like niche sexual superstructure, you know? So yeah, that makes a shitload of sense.
Okay. I guess real quick, if I may, the only counter that I would have to that is that no matter what culture you pick, right, I'm willing to bet at least like half, right, pulling numbers out of my ass. But if you are the top dog in that culture, like a celebrity status, right, where people look after you, I don't care if it's fucking knitting. If you're the best fucking knitter in the world, you can probably pull all the women inside, or a lot of women in the knitting community, simply because they have that respect and admiration for you. And I would push that out to like, you know, like church. I would push that like white, black church, Latin church. I would push that to anybody, right? If you are the head, if you are the guy that has status, you are the woman that has status, right? You're sought after, and people are quicker to tell you yes when you're like, hey, you want to hop in my bed.
Well, I mean, to the contrast of that, I mean, there was like these people like Sandy Patty, who was like literally the most sought after musician, vocalist in like all of gospel music for like multiple decades, and then all of her music got completely shunned because she was found to have been in an affair with one of her musicians, and it took like literally like decades before she was able to come back, or at least a decade before she was able to come back.
That's like amazing.
What genre is that?
It's gospel. Yeah.
Okay, it's gospel.
But that's amazing because, like, how many men musicians have been cheating on their wife, right? Have been sorry. Yeah. Well, who haven't been faithful? Excuse me. Who haven't been faithful to their wife, right? In gospel too. Yeah, fucking in gospel. Martin Luther King, a reverend himself, right, was a cheater.
I don't believe
cheater.
That. I think that was disparaging stuff that had been put out by by them trying to dismantle his character. None of those things were ever like actually substantiated to my knowledge. But if you have knowledge on that, then I'm willing to entertain that. But I want to point out, Martin Luther King wasn't a gospel artist, and I think those things are incredibly different. If you could find me a comparable gospel male artist who is known to have been having an affairs with like literally no sort of pushback, then I think your argument stands. I don't think that exists.
I think the broader point is powerful.
I don't think that conflicts though, because what I think Noose also was bringing up wasn't that like, oh, you'll get shunned if you get caught like being unfaithful, but it was just like, if you have the status in whatever community, like it's I think more for men, but also for women sometimes, like you have access to like a lot more people.
Oh, I agree. And I was just pointing out that specifically when it comes to Christian circles and things like that those things can be incredibly shunned. We see how many different times pastors have been like literally sat down and things like that, or lost their churches because of the fact that they were like exposed for having like sexual like indiscretions and things like that. So within the Christian community,
like because for breaking the bond of marriage, not simply for like shagging around. Maybe. But.
No, but promiscuity in the church is never looked at specifically because of marriage. Like you're promiscuous if you're just having any extramarital affairs, which like fornication is still just as problematic within the Christian community.
Well, look up Michael English.
Okay.
I would say like it's
by the way.
Hold on. DB had his hand up. We do have other topics. But DB, go ahead.
This is the best topic.
I think Prime, do you think that this thing that you keep kind of touching on, the difference that promiscuity is, the difference in the way that promiscuity is reacted to like men and women, is something to do with the fact that, like, well, I think culturally, we view sex as something that is done to women by a man. So if you're a man, you're doing the sex act. If you're a woman, you're allowing someone to do this to you, right? So there's like I guess a greater like shame being put on the woman for allowing a man to come and do this thing, which and men are kind of seen as, this is just what men do, right? So they just kind of get the pass in terms of like the shame, unless they're like in a relationship. If you're just to do this, the sleeping around a lot of the time, it's like it's a mark of pride for a lot of people, right? Because it's just something that you can convince women to allow you to do to them. But if you're a woman, and it's kind of like the broken law thing that Agent brought up earlier, right? If you're a woman and you're allowing lots of men to do this to you, then you're somehow like weak or whatever, right?
No,
Well-
I totally feel you. Hold on, Fanatic, if you can mute yourself, we can hear you. Yeah, like, and we'll go to counterpoints. Apparently, we're talking about this right now. This was not my intention, but I hear you, Doobie. I hear you when you say that, and I think, I mean, it goes back to like, again, this idea of property, right, and what you've taken from me, right. So, if this woman's sexuality is my property, and then you, right, like, you're stealing, you're using my property. The women who are in my social circle, right, my at least my familial circle, they like somehow I'm responsible for their chastity, and you see this like in some other parts of the world, right, when the woman like gives it up or is fucking raped, right, is sexually assaulted, that they will one, take it out on the woman because how dare you, now you've hurt my honor, right? And the same thing is true, right? Even though we may not literally kill women at this point here, right, within our culture, still like the same sentiment is directed at them. Like, you are mine, right? Your sexuality is mine. How dare you? How dare you use that like outside of my control, outside of my very prescribed set of rules that I've laid down for you, the society has laid down for you, right? And there could be other consequences. You may not be like shot or stoned, right? But there could be consequences. And then for the guy, right? The guy who did it with her, right? Maybe violence comes to them too, because again, like, this is an act of theft. That's what it is, right? And then it's hurt my pride because I couldn't protect my property. So yeah. Right.
I think in a relationship, it's not. I don't really see it as like a property thing. I think that if you're a man and you have like a what's the word I'm looking for? Relationship with one person.
Monogamy.
Monogamous relationship. Okay. You have a monogamous relationship. You two have made these like promises to each other, right? This thing is special and it's just for the other person. And someone else is able to come in and break that promise, right? Convince your significant other to break that promise. It's not I don't think it's just a property thing. I don't think it's because you're seeing this person as property and someone else use your property. It's because they've broken this promise that you've made, right? I don't really.
But it's not only when it comes to the monogamous relationships, right? The same thing exists when we're talking about like fucking women's, like fucking a man's daughter or fucking a man's like sister, even sometimes, right? It's like it's not just like, oh, you've agreed to this like thing, and now you haven't been able to keep someone from violating it. It's also like these people exist in your life and you're kind of responsible for them, and if someone comes in and like gets past the goalie and scores, that's on you, right?
Can I?
Yo,
Can I please? No, you guys have been. God damn it! All right,
I haven't spoken in a minute. Like, just really quickly.
Neither have I.
So yeah, I got you. So I don't know why you're like crybabying about it. So really quickly, I think the idea becomes like, if you really like the thing that you just said make it past the goal, is I think like literally the operative word there, right? Because at the end of the day, the reason why we always come up with these analogies like the lock and everything else, and the reason why we've always viewed it differently in society is because it's like a supply and demand kind of like idea. It's like really an economical thing, right? Where in reality men are always like in demand for this thing, right? Like we have like sex drives and like our goal is to like whatever. Meanwhile, like women on the other hand probably have equal sex drives, but women are literally like the gatekeepers of this thing. Like in the vast majority, like we see, I know you guys have all been in situations where you've seen a conventionally unattractive woman who is pregnant, and that means that there was some man who was sleeping with that person, albeit secretly, because even in situations in which we find somebody pretty grotesque or unattractive, we're still willing to get that nut off, meaning we will have the sexual experience while like not wanting to commit to the person, not wanting to be seen publicly with the person and things like that. Maybe not me personally, but this is something that we all know men who have done ourselves. I'm not going to say I haven't bagged some things that I'm not necessarily so proud of and back in the day. So like the thing is, this is things that we're willing to do. So because of that, that means that we are always the ones that are in the demand, and it's whether or not the women will give us this thing. So that in and of itself is where the pride comes in the sense where, as for a man to have been able to overcome these constant gatekeeping and to be able to achieve this thing, it's always seen as something as like a conquest of sorts. Because for the vast majority, right? Like I remember Chris Rock making a statement that, like, what is it? 90% of women are sleeping with 10% of men, because there's a great deal of incels, right? Like, there's a whole bunch of men that literally cannot get laid despite their best efforts. That's almost never the case with women, because women can always find some dude that just has, really needs to get a nut off, that will have that sexual experience. So all that to say that it makes sense, given those standards where women are the gatekeepers and they're the ones that are able to deny and have sex at literally any time they want to with close to no effort. Because of that, it's really looked at as sleazy for women, whereas for men, it's always seen as some sort of conquest because it takes great effort. Like, we're the ones that have to make the first step. Women have like the first right of refusal. They get to reject all of those things. Like, we're making all the advances and all this other nonsense. We're like literally seeking after it, whereas women are just like, if I want it, I'll just hit up this friend, any of the dudes who have been talking to me on a regular basis, and they'll go ahead and get it, and I can get it whenever I want. That's why we have a difference.
So let's go to counterpoints, and I wanted to say to the audience, this was not a planned topic. This is not all we're planning on doing, but everyone's in it now. And GSU, I think you had something to say previously, so I want to hear from you too. So counterpoints and Top Dolphin.
Yeah. So
well, I got a response to Top real quick.
Yeah.
Sorry. I got a response to Top. Can I go on?
Okay. So counterpoints, Top Dolphin, then a new Salsa. You can.
Yeah. Salsa, if you don't mind, I just want to go real quick because I want to address a question.
No, take your time. Take your time.
Yeah, that Prime was addressing. So Prime was asking, like, where does this sense of like male chastity guarding come from? Because like, why do we feel like it's our responsibility for the sexuality of people that are within our family that are not necessarily us? And the reason I want to answer this directly, I think this stems directly from basically kind of what we've been alluding to, which is sexual gatekeeping. And the reason why sexual gatekeeping is so important between the genders is because a woman, if she got, like, contraception has only been around for like 70 years. Right? Like there were prior shittier versions of contraception that weren't as available, but condoms and birth control have only really been around for the past like 70 years. So with shittier birth control being the only other resource, that means that if you were having sex, there was a strong chance of getting pregnant. And on top of that, with like the material conditions of the past, getting pregnant was a material threat to the family. Either you had to take care of the kid or you had to take care of the person that was pregnant. And if the partner was not around to help support in that materially demanding circumstance, then you could risk the overall health of the family. So I think that's why honor culture developed. I think that's why sexual gatekeeping developed, is because we are talking about serious things, and we're not talking about like in the modern era where everybody has like, air conditioning and decent, housing and living and like all that kind of crap. We're talking about in situations in which how many mouths you have to feed literally determines who lives and who dies in that family. And I think that's part of the reason why this social structure can be violent at times.
We got most of it. At the end, it got a little garbled, but we got most of it, buddy.
Yep.
He might be frozen. Yep. Okay. Let's go to Top Dolphin and then
you should let Salsa go first, then I can respond to whatever he says and add on.
Nice. So I wanted to, because I remember when you talked about when you saw like your sister, right? Your sister was like a great example of how like a brother would get upset, right? I would like to enter that from a different frame of reference, right? Because I don't think it's because the brother feels like it's property or anything else like this, right? I like to imagine it's like whenever you have like a younger woman, right? Like a woman nonetheless, but someone who's younger. In society, at least, sometimes it seems until they get a little bit more experience, oftentimes they can go in there thinking like this is going to be like the man of my dreams. He's going to be with me forever. I can give it up to him and yada, yada, yada. And the guy has ulterior motives, right? And so you're upset not because someone slept with your sister, but because you feel they're taking advantage of your sister's innocence, because you're a man and you understand the way that is. You understand the way that works for a lot of us, right? Where we've done that exact same thing, right? Where we understand we're not entering a long-term relationship or we don't have the intentions, but like, maybe we messed around a little bit too much, right? And so because it's like on the other side, and the reason why I say this is the way that is because if your sister was being ran through and you were aware of this, right? And you didn't care, right? Or she doesn't care about it and she's aware that like, no, yeah, of course. I just like having sex. Like I like having sex with a lot of different dudes. Like it is what it is. I don't think you'd be upset because your sister has the awareness. She's not ignorant. Right. But if like your sister is that innocence, just like I would imagine, like if your little brother was if your little brother was like 18, 19, and then you had like a 28 or 29-year-old woman come in, he's like, oh, this is going to be the woman I marry. And you're like, hold on a second, dog. I know exactly what the fuck she's doing. Right. Because she's now in the knowledge. I'm going to be upset. But we don't see that situation that much because like a lot of older women, they're very sly with if they sleep with younger men. Or they allow the younger men to think that they are the macho men, right? That they pulled them as opposed to reverse. But so like I don't know. I'm not 100% sold on like the whole ownership thing that like men have with women when it comes down to that into some things. I don't think it necessarily is that black and white.
I totally think it is. I don't think that's the only thing, by the way. But and I think innocence, like you said, does play a part into it. But I think even in what you said, like we still hold men responsible for a woman's innocence, right? Which is kind of weird. Like shouldn't that be like? It's not even like parents. It's like just men in her life in general. And I want to push back against like the younger thing, right? Because like I mean we see it all the time. Like if you hear a story about like a teacher like fucking like a 16-year-old and the teacher's a woman and the student's a man, it's like well, I mean it's kind of bad, but she was hot, so like he was enjoying it. But like if it's the other way around and it's a guy and a woman, it's like, oh my god, he like disgustingly like abused her and this is like the worst thing ever, and this guy should be like slaughtered for it. And then to also push back is like even if like your sister is older or has the same age, I'm pretty sure like a lot of people have had conversations with guy friends. I don't have a sister, so I don't go through it, but I have conversations with guy friends who have like older sisters. I'm talking about like 10 years older. And I'd be like, yeah, like what if I slept with your sister? And they get like super upset about, oh no, like why? And I think it's in general that we just like have this idea in which we like keep men responsible for like the innocence of a woman because like women should be innocent. And and not to say like this doesn't exist for like a reason, right? It does.
No, but like aren't women the exact same way though? Like you can't if a woman is hanging out with her female friends and like, hey, I'm gonna go fuck your brother, they're gonna have offense to that just the same, right?
No,
like, they're not.
Yes,
I've never ever heard of a woman who's like down, like yeah, go get laid. Like I never heard of that.
Different reasons.
Dionysus.
Yeah, so like the whole thing with like going for a thing, it's also like respect. So we saw sex, originally in history is something sacred. So seeing that if someone who would have more sexual partners, especially females, because they were the gatekeepers, you're devaluing yourself. So now we're seeing that trying to unfold, and we're trying to like take back the what's that word? We're trying to take back the badness of it. I forgot what the hell the word is, but basically we're trying to stigma. There we go. Thank you. Right. We're trying to take that back, and we're starting to see this weird like hey, I fucked your mom, I fucked your sister, like all that shit. It's still we're seeing through the lens of hey, sex is sacred, and if a woman keeps partaking it, she's devaluing herself. And that's also like the whole of like, hey, I not only disrespected your family member, I also disrespected you because I fucked your mom. Is that type shit?
Wait, hold on. So do you guys not think top dolphin specifically? So I have 3 sisters, right? And I know, and I grew up like most of my friends growing up were women. And I know that if I told one of my female friends that I was going to fuck her sister, she'd be just as pissed off at me as I would if someone said, hey, I'm going to fuck your sister, right? So I don't think, unless you're saying that these women also feel ownership over their sister.
Yeah, this is why
like it's more, yeah, I think it's more, what Salsa was saying, right? They know the kind of games that men play, right? Not just men, but men play a lot of games when it comes to this shit. And I think that women in our society are infantilized in a lot of ways, and this is one of the consequences of that. Right? This is why when you're looking at these interactions, it's men doing something to this innocent quote unquote woman, and not the other way around. Not like a consensual interaction between two people. So he must have tricked her, because women are seen as infantilized. Not just in this way, but in tons of ways in our society.
So
Guys,
I
I
want to let
agree with
JSU,
you.
I want to let JSU in because he hasn't gotten a chance to speak. But I'm wondering if it's all for the same reasons. But like, let's see if JSU has an answer for that.
Yeah, so I agree with, I mean, almost everything that's been said here. Particularly, I agree a lot with what Connor said. Like the consequences of sex in the past, as further as you go back in the past, the consequences are more serious. At one point, birth mortality was far higher than it is now, and like now we have like the birth control pill, so people can engage with sex with relatively less consequences. As a consequence of that, now we're trying to see sexual liberation of women, right? So I think all of these are just cultural things based off the historic dangers of promiscuous sex in women. So I think it should be pretty obvious to why a lot of this stuff exists in our culture.
So, but Doobie, you're saying that women would get upset. You're saying you'd sleep with their sister, but I'm not sure if it's for the same reason. Yes, they can get upset, not
It
like
is
that
for
they
the
don't
same
have
reason.
emotions over it. For the exact same,
Yes.
I don't think there's the cultural responsibility of a woman to take care of another woman's, to ensure another woman's sexuality, right? Like
Right.
maybe their mother,
Hmm?
like or her innocence, excuse me, to ensure her innocence, maybe her mother, right? But like I don't, at least maybe I have a skewed look on this,
Yeah.
but you think women, right? Like a sister has like, and are the social consequences equal if they find out that like
The
um,
social consequences aren't equal because of how we as men joke with each other. But I think I like when I think about my sisters, and I have like one sister and she has several other sisters, they were the same exact way. Like I don't see a big difference in the way that I operated versus them for
Yeah,
sure.
I think sisters do feel responsible for keeping their other sisters away from fuckboys.
Right.
That's
Especially
not.
the big sister, right? Probably
Right.
Yeah,
maybe
exactly.
not. Yeah.
Well,
hmm.
I want to say that's because of the whole like degrading yourself in society type thing, right? Whether it be from a man's point of view or a female's point of view, they don't want their loved one to go down in society status wise.
Yeah, but
So
Let's
they
go
would
to
try to protect that.
go ahead, and then we'll go to Top Dolphin.
Yeah, I was just gonna say the gendered expectations between like men and women too has to deal with the nature of pregnancy, right? Like a dude can get somebody pregnant and then fucking walk away, and they are a shitbag, but they don't have a physiological consequence. Whereas if a woman does get pregnant, they either have to go through an abortion, which is not an easy process, or they have to have a child, which unless we start approving 36-year abortions, that's a permanent thing, you know.
Dolphin.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that's necessarily not true. I think we're like all, like taking this from different angles in a lot of cases. But I do want to push back against like the sister thing. I think the big difference, right, is like if you get a group of girls, it's like we have to protect each other against this like scary guy, right? Who might try to like take advantage of something. But when you get if it's like a man, like even if like someone and your sister have like consensual sex with each other and they're all cool with it, right? And let's say your younger sister or your daughter or whatever even initiated it, we kind of hold the guy responsible because like the man has like robbed her of her purity.
Well, again, that's because of this. That all boils back down to the gatekeeper thing, right? Like, yes, we're gonna treat these things different because, like, one, there's going to be more discretion when it comes to women actually display significantly more discretion when it comes to this. So therefore, anytime a man like successfully is able to accomplish whatever, then that means that like he did have to overcome things, and more often in most cases. Now I get there's some women that throw it at you, but the fact is, like in most cases, it is going to be that men are the ones that are the pursuers. Men are the ones having to like achieve it's a goal to be achieved. There are significantly more incel men than there are going to be women. So then, yeah, it does seem reasonable to make the assumption that the man probably did something in order to be able to achieve this goal that women are historically and consistently like tasked with gatekeeping. And I don't know what world you guys are living in which like women aren't also protective of their younger sister's chastity and things like that, and mothers are also doing it. It's not just that men are tasked with this. This is something that society is tasked with in general. Like society places elders with the responsibility of protecting the younger girls from dudes who are going to be trying to like achieve these things nefariously. Like obviously there's so many different like examples of which like men, especially at younger ages, where in like high school and things like that, where we're just trying to get it as many times as we possibly can and just run through them, whereas women are trying to actually find like actual partners, and men will lure the like idea of actual partnership to women in order to achieve the nut that they were actually trying to get, whereas women at this point, it's like, man, in those cases, dude got his nut completely dipped, and now she just kind of left to the side. So there is always these things. We respond differently because one, like what typically plays out, we'll see significantly more men, and some of this can be just because of power, but men will be the ones that'll like play the field very often while trying to allure with different women, whereas women very often are the ones getting played in these scenarios. So it's
fanatic.
I don't
Isn't this what you were saying before about like essentializing, right? Like, wouldn't that seem to be the case here, that women can have all kinds of goals, as sexual beings, growing up, and so can men, and that what we're doing right now is just literally like boiling them down to whatever that the stereotype, the dominant stereotype is, and then maybe we shouldn't like make these broad sweeping claims, because I think you were right before what we were doing culturally, but like it seems like you're just doing that now based on gender.
Well,
is
no.
that correct?
Again, for all of the previously stated reasons, these things are not the same. Again, like men with their intentions regarding sex drives, regarding their intentions regarding settling down, and our different goals with these things are incredibly different. And again, that's why I always, whenever I'm speaking these things, I'm always using words like most, right? Because I've obviously recognized, I've definitely have women literally messaging me on a consistent basis, like, hey, what's up? And I'm celibate, so I'm not even about that life anymore. So like that's a thing where it's like these are things that I could where women are approaching me in certain situations. So it's not like it never happens. I'm not saying that. But what I am saying is that we can say generally, like more often than not, it is men that are the ones that are like playing the field, and women who are seeking after whatever and constantly complaining about like, different dudes that are just running through them and not really like willing to commit and things like that. I would be essentializing if I tried to just say, oh, this is just an inherent part or whatever. But what I am saying is just societally, this is what's occurred. We all know this. I'm not speaking something that literally any person, including you, Prime, would disagree with. Like, you were in high school. You knew about your friends. You knew what men were trying to do. You knew what the goal was. You knew that women were the gatekeepers of it. You know what the goal is to right now. We all got a group of friends of all sorts of various female friends that if we wanted to, we would try to smash, and we know it's a task. There's going to be a certain level of commitment required. There's going to have to be a certain level of game required, so on and so forth. The fact that we even use the phrase game means that we already recognize that it's a skill. It is a skill set to be able to sleep with women. It absolutely is. Whereas for women, again, they barely have to do nothing. Put out a couple of thirst traps, and niggas will bang you. No point. No problem. Will you get
Not even that?
Right. Will you get a commitment? That's a different thing, right? So whereas our game is to try to get laid, their game is to try to find a way of getting a commitment out of someone, finding someone willing to commit. And so we have to find some intersection between these two things. But we have different goals. We recognize, and while it is, you can call it essentializing, societal roles dictate that men are the ones that pursue women. Men are the ones that propose. Like, all of these pressures are put there where men have to be the ones to initiate, and all of these different things. Now, women can get that initiation easy, literally just show a nip or two and you're in there. But again, are you going to get a full commitment or just for a sexual encounter? But you can call it essentializing, but it's rooted in like literal broader societal roles and different like expectations in all of our empirical experiences.
I don't think anybody disagrees with the this is how it works, like explanation you like laid out. I don't think I would disagree with a single thing you said in terms of that. I just think that like the result of this is that we often like kind of rob women of their like sexual agency in a lot of ways, and we don't allow them to like be responsible for their own sexuality in a lot of ways, and we often hold the people around them accountable for it.
I think here's the difference. here's the difference that women have to make that men necessarily don't, that I think is like, as you know, like I'm in my 30s, right? I've seen this shit all the time in my 20s. Who's ever heard of the term of hoe phase, right? Like a hoe phase, for anybody who doesn't know, right? A hoe phase means a woman, well, most oftentimes a woman, right, is like, you know what? I just want to mess around and I just want to sleep with men. I just want to go have fun, right? They might say, no, it's not exclusively women. Men do this, but oftentimes men default to this shit. But I've seen plenty of time, like I've had, because like I said, the shit that I do, I have a lot of close female friends where they've openly said like, oh, I'm just doing hoe shit, or I'm in my hoe phase. I want to go out and I want to have fun. And if someone, and right, yeah, right, but men turn that on from the get. That's what I'm saying. Right? Like men have that on. But when a woman clicks it on and says, or like, hey, I'm doing my hoe phase, or I'm doing my stuff or whatever, I think society, at least the society that I'm a part of, generally more or less accepts that. Where they're like, oh, okay, Veronica's out in the club. Like, no, don't go talk to this fuck boy, Bob. No. I just want to do hoe shit. I'm in my hoe phase. It's like, okay, she's aware that this guy is a fuck boy and she's making conscious decisions to still sleep with him, even though he's a fuck boy, as opposed she's thinking that he's Prince Charming. Because that's the problem, is when you think it's Prince Charming, right? That's like, no, it's not Prince Charming. Leave him alone. But it's like, I know he's a fuckboy. It's like, okay, cool. When they make that declaration, even though it's weird, right? I've seen that plenty of time. I think that's fine. That's when it's like society.
I think that's sort of true.
No,
I think it's true, but I also think that like that's like a very, very new phenomenon that's like just becoming kind of okay. I think even 5 years ago there was a lot more stigma around that kind of shit.
There was. It's more of a,
and not in all communities and not everywhere. Like I think if you live in like really big cities right now and like a girl's like, oh, I'm just doing my hoe shit, that's fine. But like I live in Ohio, and I know if I go like 20 minutes down the road where there's cornfields and you were to say something about women doing hoe shit, they'd be like, oh yeah, like don't touch her, she's disgusting, blah blah blah, like and stuff like that.
Yeah, no, the phenomenon that Salsa's talking about is super new. It's really popular with Zoomers, right? So we see this weird fucking like flip-flop that all of a sudden like fuckboys for being fuckboy shit is viewed negatively, but Hot Girl Summer, that's the fucking pinnacle shit, right? That what's really up there, and it's a new phenomenon.
What is
I
actually
super progressive?
Oh man, I'm gonna be a boomer. I actually am I missing what Hot Girl Summer is supposed to be?
I thought summer just means you're gonna be in your whole phase during the summer.
Yeah.
That's it.
You're going out, you're partying,
you're
you're drinking, drugs. Yeah, party 24/7, spring break, Florida, all summer.
Okay, well, no, that's what I thought, but that does not necessarily mean possibility as well.
It's if a girl's like
heavily
hot
implied.
summer type
Hold on,
shit,
hold on.
like she's not gonna be locked down. She ain't exclusive to nothing.
Prime,
Yeah.
you forgot that there's people that are going to endlessly virtue signal and say that there should be a woman for us to have this discussion. Just FYI. So no,
well, they're stupid. Who cares?
I didn't forget.
Yeah, fuck chat.
I didn't forget, but go ahead.
Am I wrong in thinking that Hot Girl Summer is kind of different than what you guys thought, where it's really just women doing whatever the fuck that women want to do, regardless of what people say about them, not just necessarily going and hoeing it out. It's just like, I want to do this, I'm going to do it. I don't give a fuck what you say. I'm going to do what I want to do.
Yeah,
that's a correct way to frame it, but that's just like a more politically like expedient way, like, oh, that's more politically acceptable for you to frame it.
It's just vacuous. White Rice, what things would you be referring to when you say they're just going to do whatever the freak they want to do? What things would they be wanting to do that society normally would be frowning upon that they are now doing? What are you talking about?
Listen,
I'm not a woman. I don't know, and I'm not
gonna okay. So so you asked the question, but there's no meat behind that question, because the answer is typically the thing that women are going to be like
okay, sorry,
chastised
I'm not the
for
person
is going to be
who's putting
sex.
out here putting like 1930s dad type thought out there. Like, sorry that I'm not going to try to ascribe my thoughts to other people. Like, I'm going to let them do whatever the fuck they want to do.
Are you kidding?
I'm sorry.
This is
I don't
term
know.
that's
This has nothing to
established.
do with 1930s dad vibes. This has everything to do with someone's asking about the typical usage amongst communities on a phrase such as hot girl summer and how that's typically applied colloquially. And what I'm doing is saying there is a colloquial definition for it that we all use and that we all understand. And you're somehow asking vacuous questions about what the colloquialism
is,
The
but you
whole time
don't know
earlier,
and
were
trying to
you
reduce
not
it to
describing
something
your own thoughts
innocuous,
towards
and we
other
all
people?
know what the exact phrase is used for. We have all of we have the cultural usage of it, and you tried to ask a really banal and ridiculous, vacuous question. What does this actually mean? I thought it meant something else when we all know what the freak it means. And then when I schooled you on what it means, you then try to say, well, you're just doing like 1930s dad.
Hold up.
Get out of here,
If I
nigga.
ask a
Diss
question,
me.
if I asked a question, does that not mean that like I needed clarification on what it actually meant? One, two, did you not sit here earlier and describe all your thoughts the way that you thought to what sexuality for women today is?
No, what I
You
did do,
literally-
I'm
you
sorry,
literally said like
I'm
10
sorry
minutes
if your,
earlier,
I'm
what are you
sorry if your
talking about? Shut up,
comprehension
dude.
is
Shut the fuck up,
boo-boo.
dude.
What
Shut up,
actually
dude. Shut up.
happened,
Shut up.
I'm
Shut up.
sorry if your
Shut up.
comprehension is boo-boo. What actually happened is I spent the entirety of the time explaining what I thought were broader societal views, and I said several times during these conversations, I don't think there is a person on the panel who would disagree with me, to everyone nodding their head, because what I was describing are the current descriptions. What I was describing were the descriptions for society now that we all see and we all recognize. And when I said nobody in the panel disagreed with me, you didn't speak up then either, buddy. And again, what I'm doing now, when I'm describing Hot Girl Summer is not essentializing what I personally think or how I personally would use it. What I'm saying is this is how the phrase is being used. This is typically what it refers to. And when I'm saying that, unless you have some examples of people using it differently, we all know what the colloquial term is. And you didn't just ask a question of, hey, what does this mean? What you did was say, well, I thought it meant. So it was a loaded question in which you were really expressing what you believe the phrase to mean when you were absolutely wrong. Really, you don't know what Hot Girl Summer is because you're out of the loop, nigga. Because I'm not gonna say. No, I don't have to go any further.
No.
Get out of here, nigga. We know exactly
your mom. Is that really what it means? Because this is what I thought it meant. Because that's what I know.
It's really what it
means. So is that really what it means? Is me clarifying, dude? Stop trying to.
When we gave the clarification, when we answered your question,
No. You started trying to say shit. Other people
had a point of view. You can try your best to weasel from it. I got the memory, my nigga. I heard what you said, and you know exactly what the freak you said. You didn't just ask a question. Even embedded in your question, the other portion of it was you making a statement because I believe it would be one thing if you just said, hey, does this mean X? But you said, does this mean this?
Okay.
Because I believed it mean this. So when I schooled you and told you what it actually meant, you then got sunned and got in your feelings and tried to label me as a 1930s
We got it.
We know that ain't the case.
We got it. Okay. All right, so we're gonna go to Doobie, who hasn't been able to say much. Then Top Tough, and then Dionysus, right? But like I looked it up. And this is what I got from a website, from the CW Observer, or U Observer. It says, the official definition of Hot Girl Summer comes from the adventure of the phrase Megan Thee Stallion, who defined it as just basically about women and men, just being unapologetically them, just having a good time, hyping up your friends, doing you, not giving a damn about what nobody got to say about it, quote.
Does anybody want to know how I spent my summer?
To bed super easily, right? Because we can put this to bed super easily. No girl is going out there saying hot girl summer because she's going to the sperm bank and gonna go get pregnant without a man, right? Like that's something that's very societally not okay, right? Like women aren't really allowed to go out there and like, you know, I want to have a child by myself. That's looked down upon, right? But no one's like, I'm hot girl summer. Let's go to the sperm bank and like get pregnant, right? Like, no, I'm in a hot girl summer. I'm going to go drink, party, and fuck dudes. And who cares if anybody tries to put their societal stigmas on me? Because I'm going to do what I want.
Okay, Doobie. And then, then Dionysus, yeah.
So, White Rice, I think the issue is, so what you said was basically what Prem said, right? That, you know, they're going to do what they want, regardless what society expects from them, yada, yada, yada. But I think if you just kind of dig to the next layer, right, typically the things that they're talking about that society would have passed judgment on them for is being promiscuous, is going out to parties and getting drunk and, you know, wearing little clothing, right? So, yeah, I think, and I don't think that, like, them expecting that society would have a problem with that, or Fanatic mentioning that this is like, this is the judgment that they're getting, right? And the judgment that they're trying to dismiss is like, has anything to do with like going back to the 1930s. There are plenty of families all across this country, but if they found out their daughter was doing like a hot girl summer shit and was just going out and releasing her and her hoe all over the fucking town, they'd be really fucking pissed off, right? Not because they're like 1930s, Leave It to Beaver types, but because they don't want their daughter being promiscuous and then being looked down upon by all the rest of society, right? Because this is, then that's what this is what they're concerned about, is that their daughter's gonna either fuck up and get pregnant by some random ass dude, or people are gonna find out that she's hung around and no guy's gonna want to marry her because people will look down upon this in society generally.
But here's my thing though. So like I've been out plenty of times where I just see like a group of 3, 4, 5 girls that are just doing their own fucking thing, getting drunk as shit, doing whatever, having fun, partying, dancing, doing whatever, staying in their own little circle, not letting any guys get anywhere near them. Like if a guy tries to talk to one girl, all the rest of them swoop in and fucking like pull her away because they're just doing what they said is hot girl summer shit. I'm not here to like try to put any sort of like more thought into what they're doing. Like what I see they're doing is what I assume that they say that they're doing. Like I'm not going to try to ascribe more to it than what they're actually doing. Like just do you.
No,
I don't,
because you don't literally see pictures of people fucking dudes that it does that sound to me. You're virtual signaling so hard right now, dude.
Listen, this is stupid. I have yet to say anything. White Rice, shut the fuck up. Let me speak, right? This is fucking simple. I get you Googled Hot Girl Summer 2 fucking seconds ago and you're talking out your ass. But right, Meg Thee Stallion, read her fucking. I don't want to read your screen.
Don't try to
behind you. I'm already there. Listen, dumbass. Right? Just read the fucking lyrics to Meg's song. It's all right there. If you want to see from a guy's perspective, look up Black Bear song, Hot Girl Bummer. It's the fucking same shit that Fanatic is.
I don't give a shit.
Well, then why are you fucking speaking on a topic that you don't know? Well, then you don't.
Yeah, well, stop virtue signaling. Don't talk about shit you don't know, dog.
Yourself, you fucking moron.
That's what I assume that they mean.
Okay, then why the hell are you up here virtue signaling like a fucking idiot?
Wait, hold on. He's not. Wait, hold on.
Doing.
Wait, he's not virtue signaling, I think. So this behavior that he described is something that women do. They go out with their friends and they just want to dance, quote unquote, right? So they hang out in a little circle. Oh, fuck, man, I don't want to talk to guys tonight. We're just going to dance tonight. We do this shit all the time, right? So this does happen. Let's not pretend it doesn't happen.
That's fine, but he just added that just now. But like the last 15 minutes, he's been talking out his ass.
Right?
Yo,
wait, Dionysus said something amazing.
Can
Go
I
read the fucking song? That's all you got.
Easy. If you want it from a guy's perspective, read Black Bear's Hot Girl Bummer. If you want it from the girl's perspective, who made up the fucking term, read Meg's song.
Listen, can I tell you about how I spent White Boy Summer? All right.
White Boy Summer was fucking big. How many
crosses did you burn?
And then. Oh, man.
Only on the beach.
Yo.
And then
the summer extend out to January 6th.
Bought, I should have realistically I should have been salsa dancing, but I just bought Warhammer miniatures and I painted them. So that was a based White Boy Summer, all right?
Hey, come this way. You're married, right, Condor?
I am, but she likes to dance, so
Yeah, go. I'll teach you and her both how to the salsa dance. I'm in Miami. If you're ever down here, come let me know.
Fuck yeah! All right.
That's a serious offer, and that's an offer for everybody.
You invited him to a sex call? No.
Yo, man, I got no rhythm. You sure
if you want to go to the Green Door in Las Vegas, I'll take you too.
Okay.
Google that.
So, all right, let's. GSU, you want to say something previously?
No, I thought.
He wants to join the sex cult. That's what he said.
Yo, where?
One already. So, nah, I'm joking. It's not serious. It's not serious. But No. I talked earlier. I think that these are changing cultural norms due to technology. I think it's that simple. I don't think it's deeper than that.
I don't necessarily
it's
say
simple.
Like
If you're
technology, but
confused-
just like everybody understands that it is bullshit that men are held to different standards than from women, and now that women are maybe through technology where this information is coming about, but I won't say like technology, like it's because it's just getting out there more. But I think as society grows and we're looking like we need to try to equalize everything, women starting to express their sexuality in a more in a way that men do. It makes perfect sense. That's why I said it.
If we don't have an increase in technology, then the disastrous results of what would be happening if we didn't have like birth control and contraception and things to the level that we do today you would have this stuff wouldn't
that's
exist.
interesting.
Things
If you mean technology as in like birth control and everything else like that,
Yeah,
I agree with you.
sure.
If like I was applying more along the lines of like IT technology, like Facebook.
Oh
and
no, got you.
Instagram.
Yeah, I could see
Okay.
that. Yeah.
Can I just say, so something really interesting happened earlier. When we were talking about like a brother reacting to someone saying, "Hey, I'm going to fuck your sister," versus like a woman reacting to someone saying, "Hey, I'm going to fuck your sister," right? So with a brother, you guys said, "Oh, well, that's because he sees his sister's property, right? He sees her sexuality as his property." But when I brought up that a sister would probably say the same thing, I think the response was that, hey, this is like protective. She wants to protect her sister from this bad person, right? So why do you think you just assume that the men have some kind of like, and I don't want to call it malicious, but right, there's something more than just wanting to protect his sister, right? There's something kind of nefarious, like patriarchal about it, where he sees her as property, but you don't make that assumption about the woman.
So the difference in the two is like in the one case, right? So like, let's say like, oh, you're supposed to like protect your woman, or you're supposed to protect your sister, whatever. If you're a man, right, and that fails to happen, right, it's seen as like a mark on you, right? Whereas like if you're like a fellow sister and that like fails to happen, it's seen as like more of a like, and this is generally in society, and I'm not saying it should be this way, but for women, it's more of a like that guy is like a piece of shit sort of thing.
I disagree. This is weird.
I
no,
disagree with that.
right?
We
No,
have
it's
a
not
big
about,
sister we
it's
can
not
ask.
about
Anybody got
brothers
a big
control.
sister?
No, I don't have a big sister, but no, it's not about brothers controlling the sexuality of their sisters compared to like females doing it to their sisters. It's they don't want their sibling societal status to go down in general, and having multiple partners usually does that because of whatever the fuck we used to believe back in the day, and that stigma still carries on to today, whether it be right or not. It's not some weird like controlling sexuality shit that's a mark against the guy. It's a mark against anyone because hey, you're related to that person, and now their status is lowered because of what they did. Whether you think that's right or not, that's what it is.
I don't know. I think so. Someone in chat said this, right? So I'm gonna read it. I think it was Pablo. No, it was anonymous grifter. Said it's about protecting women in general. They're both speaking from a patriarchal framework. I don't think that wanting to protect your sibling has anything to do with patriarchy necessarily. I think it was kind of silly. But
Chat's gonna virtue signal, bro.
yeah, chat's okay.
Chat's gonna
so it's but I think it's connected to something else that was brought up earlier, right? Which is the infantilization of women. So the reason that a brother would be seen as having failed his sister if he didn't protect her from this bad person, whereas the sister would probably a big sister or whatever would be seen as like, I don't know. I feel like she'd get less responsibility, right? No. Have less onus put on her. I think so. But let me finish the thought. I think that has to do with the infantilization that happens of women in society, and we see it here on Twitch all the fucking time. How many times something happens with a woman, we need to have a panel and a discussion and a very serious talk about how women are treated on the platform. And oh God, you can't be too mean to them, but also you can't be too nice to them. It's like this fucking thing's never-ending nonsense, right?
See, that's
anytime
why
a woman gets involved in this.
I'm mean to women for feminism.
Equal rights and left.
True, actually.
They're gonna call you misogynist.
I mean, trans-inclusionary radical misogyny is the official position of the CounterPoints channel. So we don't hate you because you're trans. We hate you because you're a woman.
Unduly mean to women.
So, White Rice, did you read those lyrics by chance?
No, of course not.
It's in the Discord chat.
So you weren't actually interested in like finding out what exactly the phrase meant.
Both Gambit and I put it in Discord.
I think
read it.
I think the reality of the situation, right, is like you have. If you want to say like the intention, right? Because I've been reading chat and there's a lot of women in there. I don't know if there's a lot, right? I only know like one of them is confirmed to be a woman. But like I've seen or at least have like the right pronouns, but like the right fuck me. Anyways,
you just tried to virtue signal and gate kill.
Yeah, not like I'm trying to fucking figure it out. I'm a growing individual, right? So
stop
it's like
the PC shit, man. Just go.
No, because I think it's 100% valid. I don't like to invalidate people. But like I ultimately the original generation of like hot girl summer is like 100% going out and doing whatever you want and doing all that shit, but also like being sexually liberal, right? Be going out there and doing whatever the fuck you want, like sex wise. That's the original thing. Now, we all don't want to be left behind in the fucking dust, right? And we all don't hold the same thing as Megan Thee Stallion or hold the same morals as Megan Thee Stallion. So I'm 100% positive there's girls out there that are strictly in the group and like they don't want to talk to any men. Doesn't matter how attractive you are. And they are saying hot girl summer. But I think it's more along like, hey, you're not actually like, yes, you're a woman in your summer and it's hot outside and you're having fun and you're doing like all that stuff. But that's not like really like the main intention of the phrase. You may be using it that way, but it's kind of like, I forgot what the hell it was. Like, I remember growing up, my church would do this often, like where they would take a phrase or take a verse from a song and they adjust it to make it. But it's like, that's not what the fuck it means. You know what I'm saying? It's like,
sure. I feel like it's the exact same as when like Woo Chile started like started trending on Twitter. Do y'all remember that? When like it was
I do not.
It was OD. Yeah, I know. But if I said it how it's actually supposed to be said, it would instantly click. So there was these memes going around because there was this phrase where people were saying WHEW space CHILE. And so there were these white people that were asking these random black people, hey, asking their black friends, like, how do you say Woo Chile? And he's like, Woo Chile? And he's like, Woo Chile. And then he's like, oh, you mean Woo Child, right? That thing, all these people were using this phrase and having no idea what the freak it meant and just embarrassing themselves. Frankly, embarrassing themselves and using this thing and not knowing where it originated or what the freak it actually means. So in the same sense, if you were hanging with, if White Rice was hanging with his white friends and they were out there talking about hot girl summer and not knowing what the freak they're talking about, whatever they were, not knowing what the freak they were talking about and misappropriating a phrase and not knowing that they're literally representing themselves going through their whole phase while they're really trying to be freaking abstinent, that doesn't change the definition of what the freak the word means. It just means these niggas were using it wrong. We see it all the time. You hear all these people talk about, now you'll hear people say, oh, you're such a head ass. And it's like, wait, that's not how that phrase goes. Do you not know what that means? But every time they see something is popular, they start doing it and not understanding how to freaking use it. I mean, niggas using it inappropriately and just not knowing what the freak is going on. That didn't change how it actually is supposed to be used. That didn't change what it means. I'm sorry. Maybe that's the 1930s talking.
Yo, listen, like, N-word with the A, man. Like, seriously, like, you know, when are white people gonna get it? Do we need like another century? Do we need like reparations or some shit? What do you need?
Listen,
do you need $300 in Venmo? Like, what's up?
I can give you this. When you go to random hoods in America and you say nigga and you don't get the shit beat out of you, that's when you can assume that you have carte blanche.
Fuck.
I was hanging out with people in Houston, but like, all right, whatever. I guess I got the pass.
No,
all right, cool.
No. I said random hoods for a reason.
Oh, random. It has to be random.
All right. Yes, it needs to be
random. No, because for like God, I mean, since I was a little kid, there were different people that got N passes, and they would say it. But as I've always said to everybody, mileage may vary.
Okay, but can I say that Hispanic dudes randomly get the N-word pass for like no fucking reason? Like, is that not bullshit?
I've been in multiple fights with multiple Hispanic people for using the N-word, so I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah,
it vary.
Gotta consider.
Here, check it out. So, as someone who used to use it, right? As someone who's used to use it, like I have no problem admitting it, right? I did not grow up in like a good school and shit like that. This is just the culture that I was a part of. This was a part of my lexicon when I was in my younger 20s, right? When I get upset, it might fucking pop back out because of where I was raised, right? I've 100% like it's and at the same time though, I've 100% had black people challenge me for it, right? And like hold on, you can't fucking say that shit. And depending on how it was that day was my reaction, right? But it's not like I guess it's if this is my perspective and anybody of the correct color can come and correct me on it, right? But it's always whenever like a white person happens to say it, it's always like the meat of the fucking sentence, right? Whenever a black person says it, it's always at the end. You don't even fucking hear it, right? It's just like you barely acknowledge it. But at the white person, this is always like, this is the meat and the fucking potatoes of the sentence. This is the main course of the meal. And that's not the way.
But that could also be the interpretation because like, a white person saying it, that is a big deal, right? So like,
no, it's not.
But I've seen white people. Right? I've seen white people who have the pass, who are able to say it, right? And no one fucking looks at them sideways because they say it correctly, right? As
No.
opposed to like
No, not even
Not
true.
like, all right, whatever.
Yes, true. What are you talking about?
No,
That's
no.
not- what the fuck you saying?
Everyone
Not
knows.
Who's
random.
earlier where they had
Works
like where they
is
have
if
some
you're-
white
if
people
you're in
who
the
had
hood,
attacks?
right?
What?
If you're in the
Fanatic.
hood and a white dude says it, right? You look to the people who are from that hood and know that white dude, and they all look at. It doesn't matter how he used it or if he used it correctly or not. They all look at his black friends, and if they start whooping his ass, you whoop his ass too. If they say he's cool, he's cool. That's how it always works.
Yeah.
That's 100% the way
Yeah.
it fucking was.
Yeah, it's got nothing to do with
Oh
how
my
well
God.
they used it.
Well,
Why-
no.
why-
well,
why
because
do-
it's like,
Why do any of you? Why do any of you feel justified using physical violence against somebody for saying a word you don't like? You know how stupid
but
that
like,
is?
no,
I
it's like-
don't care, right? I'm just saying this is how
that
it
is.
is.
It's like
Even-
brain dead as fuck.
No, but even in those cases in which those individuals can do that, and you can say in that space that nigga's cool, let him leave that hood and use that same phrase, and his mileage may vary. It's always going to depend on who you're talking to. Some niggas are never going to be cool with it. Nigga, my dad don't let black people say them. I don't say nigga to my dad. They're my favorite words. Mileage may
Sure,
vary
I
even
always
with
say
other
nigga.
black people. I've seen black people get mad at other black people for calling someone for saying nigga, especially in the older generation. Mileage may vary. You'll never get a carte blanche pass as a white person. I'm telling you that. Trust me, I'm trying to say it your mouth.
Okay, but can I say
niggas
that's
in-
why I was
hold on.
so disappointed with GSU's
No,
answer, because he was like, you got to do it in random neighborhoods. I was like, that's not going to happen. Like,
No, the answer
Well,
is
when you feel confident enough and you go out there,
Yeah, no, you said when will white people have access? And I said when you can go to a random hood and be like, yo, what's up, my niggas, and not get your ass whooped.
okay, so
And
2,500. I got it. I got to work on my
IRL, Twitch
immortality. I
politics,
got it.
stream
Wait,
idea.
why is that?
Write it
wait,
down.
Hold on. Like, why is this? Why is it acceptable?
Prime
to you
is like,
guys?
why did this turn into an
No, hold on. Why is it acceptable to you guys? So GSU topped off, and you say, "Oh, you look at the other guys, and if they start beating them up, you start beating them up too." Why do you think it's acceptable
Because it's about
to
intimacy.
hit somebody for saying a word you dislike?
I never said it. I never said it was acceptable. I just said that's the way how it is, right?
Wait, hold on.
No. I said this is what happens.
There's a difference saying that's how it is, and if you partake in that thing, then hey, you're not only you're
never
encouraging
hit someone over saying the N word, right?
Then why are you pretending you would?
No, I'm just saying how it is.
Wait, hold on. How do you know how it is? Wait, hold on. No, it's not. Fuck that.
Never been in a
You said you look to his friends, and if they start kicking his ass, you start kicking his ass too. Right? So it topped off, and somebody who's never done that to somebody, and apparently wouldn't do it.
Never.
You're on here enabling and encouraging
right?
that behavior. What the fuck is wrong with you? Why would you do that?
I've never
is the
stopped
kind of
somebody
dumb
from whooping
shit that gets
somebody's
people put
ass.
in jail that maybe gets
I've
people
also
in jail
never
later.
actually hit somebody. I personally don't give a fuck, but
then why would you
it's
encourage
like-
the behavior?
I've never
Why would you
encouraged the
speak
behavior.
about it like it's
No,
a
he
good?
was
Yes, you just
explaining
did.
what happened.
I spoke about it like it's a reality
You said-
because it is.
It's a okay. Have you ever done it?
No, but I've been
No.
there when it's happened.
Wait,
Okay.
Doobie,
Did you think
Right?
it was a good?
That's
No,
because
stop,
I'm not
stop,
literally
stop,
the nigga walking up and like
Listen,
stomping on this guy's
you
face.
said what you
Because I know
said.
that wasn't there
So
when
you
this white
look
guy
to
got
his
stomped
friends,
today
you
something,
look to
and there
his
was 10
friends.
other dudes around, right?
So you look to his friends, and if they start kicking his ass, you start kicking his ass too. So this language enables that behavior. It encourages that behavior. It makes people
What happens,
think
dude?
fucking
I
behavior
mean,
is
but that's
okay.
not just the N word.
I think what
right?
you
That's
should
with
do.
the culture context.
I think
at the
what
time.
you should do, what you should encourage, is people to call the fucking cops on people who do that shit and rat them all out. Get them all put in jail for having
I
loan
don't
post
know.
control and fucking up their communities.
I don't know.
If you want to do it, start doing it.
If there's a slur you call someone and that's not justified in that stance whatsoever, right? And you got your friends there and they're gonna beat your ass, you kind of deserve to get your ass beat. I'm sorry, right? I don't care what word it is.
Wait, what? Say that
Kind of
again.
fucking stupid.
Also,
I'm saying, right?
Also,
if you
I'm not.
are ballsy enough to use a slur from a group you're not a part of in a fucking instance, and you get your ass beat, you kind of had it coming. Sorry, man.
But don't wait, Doobie. We got to get you to come to the front of the congregation. No silent in chat said, "Why is Doobie fine with describing reality when it comes to women, but around the N word, he's up in his feelings?"
No. It's not about describing. It's not about describing reality. It's if you guys were saying, "Hey, this is what happens and it's not
This
good," we
is
shouldn't
what
encourage.
happens.
No, listen.
That's what he said.
Listen. So the language that you're using, right? The way that you're saying these things. If you were just saying, "Hey, this is what happens," right? That's a different thing. But it seems like you guys are encouraging this, laughing about it, as if it's a good thing. You're pretending. No, it is not a good thing. This is okay. Then why would you ask me a fucking
it's
question?
funny
if you know the
because we're
problem I
having a
have with it?
conversation
Because
with
you're
CounterPoints
encouraging
is asking
people-
what the
you're
price for the
encouraging people
N-word
to beat
pass
up people
is.
that look
Of
like
course
Asian
it's
in color
funny.
when they're in the wrong hood and say the word. That's the fucking problem.
Wait, Doobie, this doesn't
Well,
really
no, because if
happen,
you
though.
say
People that do this know they're gonna get their ass whooped.
Oh,
This is
God,
a Twitch
that's so
conversation. This
stupid.
is so annoying.
It's
because
so
it's a
fucking
Twitch
stupid.
conversation.
Dismissing
It's only a Twitch
emotional,
conversation
irrational
because
fucking
people
behavior
are
from your community.
anonymous
It's
online
dumb as fuck.
or not
Dude,
interacting with people in real life.
I just like that we can make
No,
descriptive statements when it comes to women, but we can't make
let-
descriptive statements when it comes to
let-
like
let-
black
let-
people saying the N word.
Kiss you.
Let me ask a question, Connor. Have you ever been in the hood like? Why don't y'all let me say nigga? It doesn't happen. This only happens on Twitch.
Not randomly. Holy shit!
That's
But
my
okay,
point.
okay.
This only happens on
Oh no,
Twitch.
wait, no.
Okay.
That
Random guy in the hood.
conversation totally
Can we have
happens.
Connor? Can we have Connor story time? All right. So I spent 7 months with some folks. They gave me the pass. We had fun. All that kind of stuff. I would never do it with anybody else, right? And I did learn that almost the hard way, right? Because there was somebody who wasn't familiar, and I said it in front of them. They did not take kindly. Somebody had to back them off, and then I was like, "Oh shit, I can't be doing this everywhere," right? It's a learned etiquette. So
to summarize,
Yeah.
the rule is,
Mhm.
hey, if you're for some reason given a pass, you can use it immediately amongst those people. But outside of that context, you can never use it. Everybody understands it. This is crystal
No,
clear.
it's not understood by young suburban white men. And then it gets into
That's absolutely not true.
And then it gets
absolutely
into
not true.
Are you
Freak out of
kidding?
here.
Okay.
Oh no, I'm absolutely not kidding.
Do you think
Because
you think
how I
they know
you know
this
how I know it?
instinctively?
I
They
think
were just
know
born
it
this
because
way?
I think they know it because obviously they recognize that the only people that they hear using it are the black ones. I also think that they know it because I know that in those suburban areas, unless it's like literally exclusively white, there are gonna be black people around them, and them niggas gonna turn the hell up if they ever hear that word. I know that they also know it. Right, like nigga, I was raised as literally, as I've said before, in an ex-sundown town in which I was the only black kid in my class, and in most of my classes, one of two tops. And them white kids knew, lockstep, you say something like that, you will get the mess beat out of you. It was a regular occurrence, so it's not like this wasn't something that wasn't known. Like, freak out of here.
Hold on, I wanna make a point though, because I don't think you're being logically consistent here. You're saying that they got their asses kicked because they violated the rule that you said they already knew.
No, they said
They tried.
Right. So there were some.
Okay.
They all knew better. They all knew better than to do it. They all knew better than to do it. But
learn
then, in the
quick
same
and know is not the same thing.
No. They all knew better than to do it. But some niggas try to test you. For just like we all know better than to talk about somebody's mama. But every now and then, some niggas try to test you. We all know if you're with your woman, this is your woman. But some niggas try to test you. So in those situations where some niggas decided to test you, they got the mess beat out of them, and then they learned very quickly that ain't the nigga to mess with.
Okay,
it's really simple. So they knew.
I think Childish Gambino said it the best. He was at a Kanye concert, and it was all white people, and he said, and they all nigga came up in the song, and they all said it, and they all looked at him like, "What you gonna do?" Like people know that the rule exists, but they'll still try to like push the boundaries and test the limits and like see if they can get away with stuff. Especially kids.
It's funny because Doobie is exactly the type of guy who would test you on your woman. We know this from past conversations. Counter, quick question, but I do want to get to White Rice, who's been waiting quite patiently.
Yeah, I definitely won't drop another grenade. So the question is, so white people are like a group, right? So does that mean that white people get to say other white slurs for different kind of white people? Like, can we say like, Polock or potato eater? Or
you fucking don't. No, you fucking don't, right? No, you don't, right? So let me tell you.
Can black
being
people
from Jersey,
say
right?
Polock
You go to
or Nick?
Hoboken and you call someone a wop, your ass is fucked. Don't do it. I'm also Italian, so I'm allowed to say that, chat. Fuck you. But, right? You don't do shit like that. It's the same rules.
No. Yeah, but no.
No, it's not different. It's the same rules.
We gotta get White Rice a chance.
It's not different.
That is super different because this is actually something that I do. Wait, hold up. This is actually something that I do agree with Fnatic on. That like he's 1000% right. Where your mileage will vary because coming from the Asian community, for some odd reason, Filipinos think that they could just say that word however the fuck they want. But everybody knows, like if you're around a black, it doesn't even matter if it's just one black person and there's a whole group of like Asians or white people there. They automatically shut the fuck up and stop saying it. I grew up in white neighborhoods. They all thought that they could say whatever the fuck they want. As soon as it got around black people, boom, it stopped. They automatically stopped saying it because they know inherently you shouldn't do it. What's different about using the word that you use is that not all white people are just Italian. For some odd reason in the United States, we've always put all black people together. It doesn't matter where they're from, but we put them all together so that, like, just like Asians have started to do, we've started coming together as like just Asians, no matter what we're like Chinese, Japanese, doesn't matter. We've started to come back together. We've gotten rid of like the hatred towards each other. So from what I know, and black people on the panel can school me if I'm wrong on this, black people have come together as a community as far as like this word goes. Like they can use it, only they can use it. Nobody else is using it unless they give a pass specifically to somebody. But Italians are super proud about being Italians. Like
it's the same rule, but different groups, right? So if, for example,
but not all white people are Italian.
Yes, and I'm about to give an example, right? So I don't know if there is like a Haitian, but I assume if a bunch of Jamaican group of Haitians said a Haitian slur, their ass is probably going to get beat unless it's granted access by their friends, right? I'm just saying, for example, it's the same fucking shit.
Right. So
it's the
Dionysus,
same thing.
I totally agree with you. You're right. It goes that basically within an in-group, anyone can use any sort of derogatory terms about that in-group with that in-group and never get in any problems. Yep. It's only when you are outside of that in-group then that it becomes a problem. So the phrase that you use, that might be something that other Italians do because it's an Italian-specific thing. However, red, red. We can use that phrase. Like white people can use that phrase. Like they would even put in their stand-ups. Where that guy, he had a whole comedy special on "You might be a red," right? Like, and he would like describe something that would be pretty derogatory, and he would say, "Yeah, you might be a red," right? And that was something that he could do. If a black person went and made those jokes, comedians get a pass very often, so maybe it might have been okay. But if they happen to be feeling ornery enough, they were probably going to give him some backlash on that. And if it was a non-comedian making a statement like that, oh, you best believe it was going to be problems. It's always, anytime any person says groups outside of an in-group, that it becomes a problem.
I do want to say, because I don't give a fuck about this word, everybody has like 100% carte blanche ability to call me a chink all they want.
Oh, yeah. No, let me say it's fine.
Like, you can, but not on this channel.
Yeah.
No. Outside of this, call me whatever you like. It's fine.
But okay, go ahead. Doobie.
Yeah, don't call me that.
So, okay. So, I think there's a lot of issues with what's being said here. So first, I'm going to respond to something White Ray said. Oh, when the black guy comes around, they stop saying it because they know you just can't say it around black people. Do you think that has to do with like a racial stereotype that's been built up that black people are emotional, impulsive, and violent, and if you say a word around it that makes them upset, they're going to punch you in the face because dumbasses like the people on this panel have enabled and encouraged that behavior and spoken about it like it's a good fucking thing, right? So this isn't a reach at all. This isn't a reach at all. So Connor, and to respond to something Connor said, it's not like you using like racial slurs against white people. What they're doing is in effect saying that it'd be okay for you to joke, as a white guy with your white friends. Oh, that black guy's coming down the street. Aha, you just walk to the other side. That's okay. Clutch your purse, lock the door. Aha, the black guy's coming. Right. So you guys are like, yeah, absolutely it is. Right, because within his group, it's totally okay to make those jokes about black.
I just want to say, I love how we had an hour-long conversation making descriptive statements about women. We talk about the N-word for 15 minutes, and Doobie's on his high horse for once.
Because you are encouraging people to use violence against other people because they say words that make them feel icky. Right, that's what you're doing.
I don't think anyone's encouraging that. We're just speaking the reality.
You can say the same thing about the conversation we were having about women, right?
Processes, right, but I think it's dangerous because this kind of language makes people feel like it's okay to punch people like Connor, like Asian, when they say nigger around you. Right? It's fucked up. You shouldn't encourage this kind of behavior.
Right. Wait. Care about having a society. Hold on, dude.
Where people aren't behaving. Yeah, I did. I'll say whatever the fuck I want. I'll say whatever the fuck I want.
You're allowed to say slurs.
You want to live in a society. People aren't randomly attacking each other in the middle of the fucking street because they're saying naughty words.
You don't get a pass to say slurs in the middle of Prime's channel. You know that's
I'm giving you a pass saying,
and it's really freaking crazy. It's not about me giving you a pass. It's you're using a slur on Prime's channel that can and get him banned, and
It's
that's
not
not
a slur.
acceptable
Hold
for
on,
you to
it
do.
is not a
Don't
slur.
get
It's
us
not a
canceled,
slur. You know
not
it's
to
not a
mention the
slur.
fact that we've
Wait,
already
hold
expressed
on.
in this
That's not the
channel
same
Are you
that
word.
it's
saying
not
that?
acceptable,
Are you saying
and now
that,
you're doing
that all
something
this
which is
time
an
you guys have been
overreach
saying a
while you're
slur,
trying to
and
condemn
somehow this
someone
is now a
else and
problem
saying
because
that
someone who's
somebody else
not
is doing
black
something
says it?
wrong for making a description while you're actually
Total fucking
using
bullshit.
a slur
I use
at
the
the
same
same
word.
time.
I use the
You
word in
can't
the same
be on your
context.
moral
No,
high horse
Doobie.
right
So
about
here's
someone
a
else's
You
here's
think it's okay if you use that
actions, and
fucking
you're
word? I
doing
won't use the
something
fucking
like
word.
this. You don't have a voice
no,
to say
Doobie.
that.
Here's
Not
here's the thing,
acceptable,
and this
not
is
tolerable. It's never okay. Don't do that again.
Get it out. Get it out. Get it
here's
out.
here's the
I'm
thing,
gonna
and
say,
this
I'm
is
gonna say whatever
this
the
is the
fuck I
reality
want to.
situation.
And I said in the exact same context you did. So if it's okay for you guys to say, it's okay for me
not
to say
okay
it.
for you to
You
use
don't
it,
get
and
to
you
give me a
know
pass.
better. If you want to have the N-word debate, we can go there. You were mischaracterizing Top Dolphin. He was not giving a prescription that entire time. What he was giving was a description, as was phrased, as he said multiple times. That's the way it is. He didn't say that's the way it should be. That's what I would recommend. He said that's the way it is.
Right,
That
why
is
was
a
he laughing about it?
description
Why were
and
you?
not a
Okay, why did
prescription. He
GSU
never
say that it's not only
prescribed
the way it
that,
is,
so then you
but that it's
can't
okay
say
to do?
he was
It's exactly what
justifying
he
or
fucking said. You know that's
encouraging
what he
any
said.
of that behavior.
You're being dishonest
and
as
even
fuck
if he
right now.
was, it doesn't
If you just
justify
want, if
you
you want the
using the
past to be an
N-word.
emotional
You don't
bitch,
have the ability to
punch people
do
when they
that.
say naughty
Fine,
words
you
around
need
you.
to
Just
step up and
say
stop them
fucking
from doing
say it.
that.
Don't
It is
wrap it
obviously
around
not
this
okay.
fucking
You
virtue
will get
signaling.
banned for
All
that.
right.
Okay.
Let me try to add, like you
Wait,
were kind of
hold on.
directing that
No.
to me for a second, Doobie. So I just like
Okay.
I don't think I don't think anybody's
Hold on,
like
before you say anything, guys.
Yeah.
Don't say slurs. Don't do it. Don't do it
So,
here. Don't do it here.
yeah.
Look. Beyond what my feelings are about this, I haven't even said anything, right? Beyond what my feelings are about this, Twitch TOS is a thing, right? And Twitch is like just fucking terrible moderation, and they will have collective punishment. So just let's pull back, all right?
So,
Okay.
So, like, I don't think it's that anybody's saying that like violence because of language is 100% okay. But everybody knows the history behind these certain words that are used against certain cultures. And just like the black culture has tried to take their word back, the Asian culture tries to take our words back. I'm sure probably Hispanic cultures are trying to take their words back. Italians trying to do the same thing. The thing is, if you're using it outside of that culture, you don't understand and you don't know what it feels like to be in that culture. That is why usually if you say it, people will step to you and say it again. And when they say it again, they usually mean that in a violent way. Like you say it again and some shit's about to happen to you. So don't actually say it again. Like, it's not okay.
Okay, so what we just learned is that you think that black people are the only people in this country who know what it's like to grow up poor and broken in the ghetto with a fucking
that is
cock
not
tattoo.
the case.
And what
That
we've
is not
also
the
learned
case.
is that you think all black people have this experience, right? And only they have this experience with this fucking word. Total fucking bullshit.
No, you're
there are plenty of white people, Asians, Hispanics who grew up using this word colloquially their entire fucking lives in exactly the same context of Fanatic or JC or anybody else.
Most of the time, they're going to say it wasn't okay that they used it.
Total bullshit. What the fuck are you talking about?
I used it
Go
when I was
to any
a kid,
hood in this alley, you're going to see people of all fucking colors saying this fucking word all fucking day because it's just how they speak.
Growing up,
So there's a very big difference. This is why I have such a problem with the phrase "people of color," is because very often, like people, what it does is it like undermines like some of the unique, specific struggles that like African Americans had to deal with in this country. Because the thing was, the N-word was so particularly dehumanizing because it was literally used alongside all of this other rhetoric around the fact that they were literally codifying the fact that black people were not human beings. So with that saying, yes, you can say other people are marginalized, but I can say that black people have a unique existence with the idea, or a unique experience with the idea of a total lack of humanity that was codified and supported by our system. Right? So when there was a 3/5 compromise saying that we were 3/5 a human being, no, Hispanic people don't know that struggle. No, Asians don't know that struggle. So that's where the difference comes in. You can try your best to minimize the specific struggles of African Americans to try to say all people of colors have experienced things. While we've gone on to experience literally every other form of discrimination that also applied to them as well. That's something that's specifically unique. And attached to that unique experience was the N-word, which gave us a specific unique word. It was directed specifically at us. So that gave us a specific authority when it came to the reclamation of that word, which distinguishes us from literally every other culture. That's why it's specific.
So, Fanatic, so if a black person grows up in the suburbs and they never interact with any kind of racism, they're never put down, never called any racial slurs, do they just not get the N-word pass because, hey, they don't really have that experience?
Man, what you're describing right now is an unrealistic hypothetical because I don't think there's a black I don't think there is a black person in existence in 2021 that has ever grown up and hasn't experienced a single piece of any sort of racism or whatsoever. Just by nature of being the only black person in that area, you're automatically going to experience it because it is.
Why would you assume that they're the only black person in the area?
It just because you just said if they grew up.
They're suburbs that are like very very diverse.
Your hypothetical.
Hold on, no, I didn't say the only black person in the suburb. Or when I think suburbs, I don't think, oh god, there's one black guy there and everybody else is fucking white. That's not how the fucking world works. There are plenty of suburbs in this country.
Well, even
that are
if
very
you grow
diverse. There are tons of fucking black people
in a diverse suburb, right?
In the same fucking area.
No, he's fine.
Even if you grow up in a black suburb, there's a unique experience out there where you have to go out there and realize that the rest of the world isn't like that. There's a lot of unique experiences that come with being black.
And you're still going to experience all sorts of marginalization in the media you consume. So I guess if we want to extend this this hypothetical to what if it's a black person that's in an all-black suburb that has only black cops that only happens to like experience specifically like hyper-controlled black media with only black teachers such that they never interact with any other white people, then at that point do they experience marginalization? Right. I guess in that kind of a world right there, then yeah, I guess I could give you
Why
that.
do you
but
think
I am saying there is not a black person born. I am saying there is not a black person born in the United States of America that hasn't experienced some form of racism or some form of marginalization. Now, does that mean that we are all victims? Does that mean that we all can't succumb? I mean, that we all can't overcome it? Does that not mean that we can't thrive? Not even in the slightest bit. But for me to have to try to imagine a world in 2021 where we have black people living today that have just not experienced any form of marginalization when we know how rampant it is even in our freaking media, it's just unrealistic.
So I gotta move on. So I gotta move on. So Salsa has his hand up. Then Connor, Dionysus, was it Top Dolphin? Anyone else? And Jishu.
All right. Real quick, I just want to point out, because I feel like there's a huge difference, right? There's two words that we're talking about, not one. I hate that people talk about it. One, they're soft. No, shut up. I'm talking.
Externally,
They're
soft. One word.
Hold on. They're soft A and hard R. Now, like you could say that's entirely fucking different, but like in my experience, and someone correct me, I don't know a single black person that can talk and call another black person a hard R.
Yes,
period. I've well, maybe you don't, or maybe you.
I do it all the time. I've seen it all the time. I don't know.
All right. Well, maybe I'm wrong in this case, right? Where am I going to say it? But like in my experience growing up, I've never fucking seen that. Every time that I've seen it, it's been an instant fight, as if it was in a similar fashion. And I grew up in Florida. I grew up in the South. In the instant fashion, if someone called them a hard R, it's like you just don't call other folk that. That was my experience. That was the experience that I saw in my school, right? And that's it. I do have a question for like the other for black folk in here, and I guess it's going to be a yes then, right? If you ever seen a fight like breakout or that Doobie's taking such offense to in regards to like if someone used like a soft day in that instance, right? Where they said it and like then do people start getting the fight off of that? Because that's another instance where I've seen where other people they correct them. It's like don't say that shit. But if it's a hard R, it's an instant fucking fight. Those like I don't fucking know why people are treating that shit like it's the same fucking word. It's not. We have entirely fucking different dense sentences. Like it's like why the fuck would you even fanatic? Like why the fuck would you even put like soft A inside your thing as opposed to hard R, right? Like why make that difference inside like your like it's because we treat it we like in the reality is situation is we treat it fucking differently.
Well, sure.
Right? I'm certain 100% if Doobie would have said soft A, we wouldn't like folk wouldn't have freaked out the way they did.
Yes.
No, he just
said soft. You hard.
No, it
There's no such thing.
I fucking heard Doobie say hard R.
You're not black.
No,
There's
no
such thing as soft A. It's interpreted.
That's
and
super.
why you get your ass beat. That's why people that are frogs say this shit online and not real people.
This is why. Oh God, I'm not going to say it. I'm going to
Okay.
I think you're encouraging really shitty behavior that ends up leading to people going to prison
No,
for
I'm
dumb
just
fucking shit.
I'm describing the reality of what happens, right?
Yeah, so am I.
Anonymous
Let's go to Connor.
Shit online,
Yeah.
not real people.
Yeah.
Fine, but Destiny did this. He wasn't anonymous. He did the same thing, right?
Yeah.
So what GSU's telling me is if I said the N-word with an A in front of him, he'd feel like he needs to fight me. He would just need to fight like right there on the spot. Yeah, and he thinks that's a reasonable response. That isn't going to end up with him in prison, away from his fucking family for assault. It's a really stupid fucking behavior to encourage.
Okay,
if you want to be a man child, then you fucking do it.
Okay, all right. No, hold on, white people. We're gonna have to wait a little longer. So now I gotta say it because I got some type of feelings about this too, and I'm not gonna like this. But I'm actually, I'm not co-signing everything, but on this one point, I'm close to the doobie on this. I don't like the thought that, like, black men are thought of these violent creatures. You say the wrong thing around them, then it's a fight, right? Like, I feel like it plays into like a really terrible stereotype that like maybe we shouldn't immediately like take it to violence. There are all kinds of terrible insults, right? That you can say to anyone, but like it's like just in the culture that with black people, you immediately like violence will immediately ensue, right? And then we tell people, well, of course black people aren't violent. Why would you think that?
So
but
do
then
you
we
think
like
of,
back
so do you
this.
think of women as violent savages? Because when you call them bitch, they'll slap you. Do you think of women as violent savages?
Most women, I'm sorry, most women don't respond that way. They don't. Some do. Some do. But this is not.
Depending on how you use the word.
Hold on. This is not like some sort of universal thought, right? And let's be clear, we're using that, especially a man using that to a woman, trying to demean her. He might also be physically intimidating her, right? Like, if she's not going to respond in the same way, she doesn't have the latitude to do all those things.
If you walk up to most black women and you call them a bitch, either they will slap you, or if there are immediate other people that are related to them in the vicinity, they will beat the shit out of people.
No. Look, I'm sorry, and I don't. And then again, right? This is what we're saying, that black people are these violent creatures that will if you say the wrong word, they'll attack. White people. Wait a second. Go ahead, Fanatic.
Yeah. So look, I think that whole thing, I let it rock for far too long. This is why I hate panels. But that's absolutely a stupid mischaracterization. We all recognize that there are like specific buttons that can be pushed in society that would result in violence. We all know that. We all know that there are, like, again, specific things that you can do. If a man has a girlfriend and you're sitting there trying to get at his girlfriend in front of him, there's going to be an altercation. You're basically challenging that man in that situation. We all know that we all have different buttons that we can push that would result in violence. It's not like black men are solely responsible for violence. So if any person wanted to try to use this as an example to give themselves license to start labeling all black people as racist, it sounds absolutely ridiculous. I'm not going to entertain that at all. Nor would anyone try to sit there and say, oh, this means that therefore black people are all just violent. No, that's stupid. It sounds like there seems to be a specific button that can be used to provoke people into violence. But to try to just say that they are by default violence is absolutely absurd. Now, there are no words that are equivalent for white people, but that's because there has never been anything they've never encountered and experienced as dehumanizing as what we've encountered. So as a result of that, we're just going to be in a different place, right? This word is more offensive because it was more used for a more abject form of dehumanization. So as a result, its reaction is going to be probably a little bit more significant. Like, and that makes all, it just stands to reason. In the same sense, you only get as much as you put out. Go ahead and put freaking $100 in your Roth IRA. It doesn't matter what the market does. You're not going to be balling off of that, right? Like, the more you put in, the more return you can get. So in the same sense, the more they use this word to dehumanize it to such an abject level, the more the response is going to be. I don't know how you could try to label black people as violent inherently because of this. And just to be clear one more time, because I feel like it hasn't been addressed, or at least it was spoken over the last time. What Top Dolphin, what he said was a description. He was saying, look, whatever you look and yada 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 yada, and you do this thing, whatever, blah 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 blah. He went on to say specifically, I've never fought anybody over it. I've never responded in that way. I'm not saying this is the way that it should be. I'm saying this is the way that it is. So it's either you're being disingenuous or you're just trying to create content right now. If you keep trying to push him into this thing where it's like, oh, you're adverting for violence, because anyone can
or you're misremembering what happened.
I remember specifically him saying the. I remember. Oh, I don't remember. Yeah, you're cutting me off. I remember him specifically saying the words, "It is what it is." I don't know, maybe if that's just a colloquial term that you're not used to, But what that phrase means is this is a description. This is just simply how it goes. Not saying I advocate for it, not saying that it's justified, but it is what it is. The situation is as I'm describing it. That's called a descriptive.
Okay, let me know when you're. Let me know when
I
you're
got you.
done.
I will let you know when I'm done.
Will somebody think of the white
Rambling.
You'll know.
Do you understand your point? It's a bad point. Let me respond to it.
You'll know when I'm done talking. So, furthermore, also went on to directly say to you multiple times, I don't think that it's okay. I would never do it, and I have never done that. So if you're going to continue to go down this road where you're doing this thing where you're trying to paint it as if he is somehow advocating for bad behavior, you're being dishonest, and everyone can see through that now. It's been laid out. You can continue to do it if you want to.
Okay, wonderful. I'm going to continue to do it. Okay. So what Top Dolphin actually said initially was, "Hey, you look to the people around him, right, to his friends, and if they start kicking his ass, you start kicking his ass." And he said this in a jovial way. Then when I pushed him on this, he said, "Well, I've never done it." And I said, "Oh, well, when you say it like that, it sounds like you are encouraging this behavior, and then as if it's a good thing." And then GSU said, "Oh, it is a good thing." Right. So this is how we got to this.
But that
place.
was me, not
yes.
Top Dolphin.
Yes, well, he was the one initially saying this, not just as a description of what happens, but what you should do, what you do. If someone else starts kicking this guy's ass, starts kicking Asian or Connor's ass for saying the N-word, then hey, then you start kicking their ass too, because that's just how it is. That's how the fucking world works, right? So if the culture says that I'm supposed to murder somebody because they no, I didn't call him. Say agent.
He said agent because
I refuse to use it's a shitty name. I'm sorry. Anyway. So
that's why I swapped.
So so the way that I think you should behave, right? The way that I think a normal, rational person behaves is that even if the culture says I'm supposed to beat this dude's ass for saying a naughty word around me that people didn't like, hey, I'm not going to fucking do it, and I'm not going to encourage it. I'm going to say, hey, that isn't what you do. What you do is tell people not to beat this guy's ass because it's really fucking stupid, and some of them are probably going to go to prison, be away from their kids and their families. And that's a really shitty situation. So if I want less of that to happen, I don't lay it out as if it's something you're supposed to do, and then I don't encourage it. Instead, it's a good thing when it happens, like you did, GSU.
Don't engage with that. We already know exactly how it is. He's just going to continue to go down this rabbit hole. You can't convince someone who's already made up his mind.
Wait, hold on. So
he's convincing. He's convinced himself.
Fanatic, did GSU just not say that it was a good thing?
He's convinced himself that this is the way it is.
Fanatic, did GSU say it was a good thing or not?
We have clear descriptions.
Fanatic, did he say it was a good thing or not?
I clearly laid out exactly what was said, so we know that this was not Top Dolphin's thing. He's going to continue to go down that thing.
Fanatic, did GSU say that it was a good thing or not?
I would recommend anybody else. You can engage with it if you want to, but he's just being
Fanatic, did GSU say it was a good thing or not?
Oh, I don't know.
Oh, okay, then shut up. GSU, did you say it was a good thing?
Top Dolphin.
GSU, did you say it was a good thing that this happened?
Your problem with topic?
The answer is yes. The answer is yes. You did say this because you think this is acceptable.
Very clear, right?
Which
pushback came because
this fucking stereotypical shit where people see black men as impulsive, violent thugs, right? And this is the kind of stereotype that you're pushing in society. Thank you, GSU. No, I'd like this behavior to stop, and I think you should stop encouraging it.
So, like I said, these are online problems. These are people that have frogs as their avatar. These aren't real problems. This stuff doesn't happen offline. Prime, I think we should just move on. This isn't a real topic. This would never happen offline.
Because you tried to fight me, I'd kick your ass and I'd call the cops on you. That's still what happened.
Oh boy! All right. Okay. All right. Okay.
That's why you're a frog.
Oh.
Can I say a quick thing? So I just want to be very, very clear, right? I went and I described, right, descriptively. I said, like, if you're a black person in America, you know that, like, if you, like, colloquially describing a black person in America does certain things in a certain context, certain things happen, right? Then do be pushed back and said that, hey, Top Dolphin, I don't like that you're supporting these negative things, right? I was purely being descriptive. I doubled down on purely being descriptive. His pushback happened, I believe, before Gambit even said it's a good thing. And you know what? If you want to push me on that and have a conversation, I don't care, because I would have said, hey, I don't actually do, which I did. I said, I don't do these things personally in my life. I don't care if people say the N-word. Like, who gives a fuck? It's a word. But that's not everybody's opinion. And also, we had an entire, like, hour-long conversation talking very, very descriptively how, like, the sexual marketplace with women works. and no one was careful with language at all, and you pushed back absolutely none. But the second we talk about the N-word, dog, you come out super fucking strong at the like minor misusage of like the word you, and like right, 100% is what happened.
Oh God!
I know that you know. I know that you know what the
100%.
implication was. If you want to pretend you didn't, that's okay. But I'm going to ask you directly: do you think that the behavior GSU is filling out, right? Someone says this word, it is a good thing to punch them, right? If they're white or whatever, they don't have the past. Do you think that's good behavior? Do you think that's acceptable?
Yeah, no, and I never said it was acceptable.
Okay. Well,
I never implied that it was acceptable.
Okay. All right.
But you literally pushed me, right, and said that I was supporting this behavior, right? Multiple times.
I think the language you use is
Doobie,
like, oh, well, you just look at his friends and then you laugh. Then if they start kicking his ass, you start kicking his ass.
This is
No, I
stupid.
think that absolutely.
Okay. All right. Look. Let's end this. Let's just move on.
Oh, come on.
Let's just move on.
The white
This is silence of the whites right
This is
here.
reverse racism.
Come on.
This is what it looks like. Yeah.
I was. Oh my God! I was gonna hit Doobie. I was. Come on.
It's fine. It's fine. Look, we're done. Let's move it on.
This is racism.
This is what it is. All right. Let's just move on. All right. So,
are we going to the actual topics now, or like what? Are we
Yeah, right.
we'll go to one anyway. Hello, everyone.
Welcome to the Reverie.
This is the Reverie.
Shut the fuck up.
You do the intro.
Yo,
We didn't even
get to him.
We didn't even get to him.
Never did them in the first
never
place.
got to it.
No, I'm talking about like, hey, my name is Gambit.
We never got to it.
Yeah, we never did it. We never did them in the first
That's
place.
fine. We can do that. We can do that in outros. We don't need a 60-minute
yeah,
Reverie.
Okay. All right. Okay. Look. For YouTube, this is the Reverie Roundtable, which we have. We start at 8 p.m. Eastern on Mondays. Anyway, this was a long preamble. I hope you stuck through that. All right, so we're gonna roll it through. If you've been enjoying this or you've hated this, one way or the other, hit that follow button right now. Make sure notifications are on, so you know I'm going live. I do 6 nights a week. Don't want you to miss out on the content. So hit that follow button right now. Exclamation for social and chat. For social media, follow us in Discord. Jump into our Discord because that's where this community lives, right? That's a Heart and Souls community. Be a part of the Discord. We're having conversations all the time. Conversations, like this. They happen online and offline on the Discord. So be a part of the Discord. Jump on in. Follow us on Twitter because Twitter is where you'll get channel updates and whatnot. YouTube is where you'll find the VODs of this. This VOD is going to be demonetized, I guarantee you. So follow us, please. Like, comment, and subscribe. That part's very important and help us out. Thank you for the Prime Gaming, Degenerate. Thank you to support this channel. that might be a good description. Thank you so much, though. Okay, we're going to move on to the next topic, right? And oh boy.
No, this is the first topic.
No. What do you want to save the first one? But the second one, I think, is
No, I'm just saying for the recording sake.
This is the first one. Okay, fair enough. All right. In Colombia, a woman petitioned to be euthanized because she was ill, but not specifically terminally ill. Terminally ill is defined as having a prognosis of dying in 6 months or less. Since 2019, Martha Sepulveda has suffered from intense pain and has lost the ability to walk without assistance as a result of ALS, a degenerative disease of the nervous system that affects the body's mobility and is considered fatal, though death may take years. Should assisted suicide be expanded to those who aren't terminally ill? If so, should there be any limits at all? If not, why should a person's suffering be prolonged? Okay, so we're going to take it nice and easy. We're going to talk about assisted suicide. So let's do introductions on this. So, what are your initial thoughts? I'll start with our friend Gambit.
Yeah, I'm reading more on this, but I'll just go off kind of sort of my principle. I think that death is a very serious thing. I'm generally not in favor of assisted suicide. I'm pretty sure there's like extreme limit cases where I'd be okay with it, but in general, my principle would not be to support it. I think that I don't know. There's even potential gaming with some of this. So, in general, I don't support assisted suicide. I'm pretty sure that somebody on the panel is going to say, "But what if blah blah blah?" And I'm going to say, "Yeah, in that case, I would." But my principle is that generally I don't agree with it. I'm gonna do a little bit more reading about it, as everybody else does, the open and listen to them, and then we'll talk in the open. But yeah, in general, I absolutely not for it.
White rice.
All right, so I'm generally for euthanasia if the person wants it. I honestly think that we should actually move more towards the way that the Netherlands is. I was schooled on this earlier, but I guess the Netherlands currently in law has it. It's only legal in cases of hopeless and unbearable suffering, which I guess would cover a story like this instead of it just being 6 months. But I know that they're trying to do it. They're trying to expand that even more. They actually even have like a clinic in the Netherlands. It's the only one where like people go to. For the most part, I 100% agree, and I think that if this woman wants euthanasia, then they should 100% give it to her. Like, for a lot of us have the argument where like, oh, if I was a vegetable and I didn't have like a good quality of life, I would hope that they would pull the plug. Or not a lot of us. Like, don't want to like put that on other people that don't actually have it, but a lot of people that I know have that same feeling. And I think that if I were in a case like this where I just didn't have a good quality of life, or I didn't feel like I had a good quality of life, I'd want to be able to choose euthanasia. So
Counterpoints.
Yeah, so I'm actually looking for biblical support against suicide because I think the contradictory view on suicide is oftentimes religiously based. Catholics in particular. Actually, what I was just
You
reading.
broke up hard. If you can hear me, you broke up real hard there.
Yeah, it comes
sorry.
up to me.
Try it again. Try it again.
Be careful what you said about the Bible. You started breaking up. I'm just,
I'm
joking.
Yeah, you were saying you were looking for biblical.
I don't think he's back.
Yeah, I'm waiting for it to. I'm waiting for it to
Um,
stabilize.
can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you. Just waiting for
Ready?
it to stabilize.
Counterpoints. Okay, we'll get back to counterpoints soon. All right, let's go to Top Dolphin.
Yeah, my mic is not muted, thank God. I think so. I don't know what people know about like ALS specifically, but ALS is, or also known as Lou Gehrig's disease, is like really awful. If you haven't read the book Tuesdays with Maury, it's like a book that I had to read in high school, and oh my God, it describes this as like such a terrible thing. Basically, all your muscles atrophy. You lose the ability to control like all of your muscles. It's described as like your living brain, and your body becomes like a sack of potatoes. It's just absolutely useless, and it's an agonizing experience. And there's no cure for it. The treatments, I don't even think you can make it like happen less fast. I think that most of the treatments are like making people more comfortable as their body degenerates and becomes awful. And with stuff like this, definitely I think like this woman should be granted the right to be able to participate in physician-assisted suicide, because there's, especially when it's something that we don't have like the technology to take care of, and it's something that is like completely like agonizing. I don't think it's right to like let somebody go through that like agonizing amount of pain. And assuming that the person's like in a good place of mind, which ALS is something that doesn't affect their state of mind at all. I just think like to end the suffering before it begins, or like as it starts, is probably way better than necessarily subjecting this person to years and years of just like almost being like locked in their own body.
Yeah, can y'all hear me now? I think it's stabilized.
Sure. Go ahead.
Yeah, so basically, I think the hostility to suicide is primarily religious based. I looked for biblical support for it. It's actually kind of not really there, but Catholics in particular, Jews in particular, prohibit suicide on a religious basis and think that it's cause for you to go to hell. I think that we need to make a moral categorization different for assisted suicide. That way people can do this. I think we shouldn't call it suicide. We should call it euthanasia. And the reason why is because somebody who's just killing themselves, I don't know, out of spite for existence is not the same as somebody who is suffering for prolonged periods, who has no chance of recovery, who all that's left for them is suffering in this world. So I would say that we need to make a moral categorizational difference That way, religious people can get on board and secular society can ease the passing of people who have terrible diseases like Lou Gehrig's. Yield.
Dionysus.
Yeah, so first off, life's precious, right? I personally think suicide in majority of cases is extremely selfish. You're not allowed to give up, assholes, okay? Stick with us. But in cases like this, for people who are very, very ill, we have to draw a line somewhere. It's an arbitrary line, whether it be under the definition terminally ill or other gray areas. I think ALS does fall under that gray area where it should be acceptable, but I also don't want to stretch it out to the point where we have like the Futurama episode of like just suicide booths everywhere. Like if you feel like your life's worth yourself, perfectly fine because you're poor or whatever else, right? I feel like for extreme medical circumstances, sure. Should we look on where that line is drawn? Yes. Do I think it should be legal for like depression or anything else? Past that line? Definitely not. No. So like coup de grace like moment, sure. If they're blow a mercy, fine. But other than that, no.
Fanatic.
Yeah. I guess as a biblical fundamentalist, I'm probably gonna always be like murder. And I think assisted suicide. Technically, it's not, but I think it's.
You're cutting out. Maybe get closer.
Sorry. I think assisted suicide is the taking of a life, and I'm going to be always against the taking of lives as a biblical fundamentalist who values lives and think that it's something incredibly precious that should be treasured and valued and like upheld as much as possible. So I'm never going to probably be behind assisted suicide. Euthanasia is going to be awful, but again, I don't really like making prescriptions for other people. I would say morally. I think the idea of someone like being able to make that decision, I feel like it does need to be in extreme cases. I understand Lou Gehrig's like ALS, it can eventually get to that point where it becomes incredibly problematic, but it's not always there. I think it's a spectrum, right? Like it doesn't stay. You don't start out there, and so I would say we can look and recognize it. Like there's a point in time where this thing is progressive, and it progresses to a point where it's really bad. In her case, I think she was still like it literally had only been like at the loss of her leg. And while I get Lou Gehrig's does become particularly agonizing, I don't think it starts that way from the onset. There are plenty of people, like servicemen, like in the military, who lose their ability to walk and then immediately feel like their lives are over. There are people who like have workplace accidents and lose their legs and then feel like life is over. I think we should probably be a little bit more descriptive on what exactly is agonizing. I think right now, as it kind of stands, there has to be like once they have 6 months left to live, and I think that's a pretty good place to stay. I don't see why we would extend this beyond that. I would say for a lot of people, they would say depression is agonizing. It is agonizing. I still don't think it justifies someone killing themselves, so on and so forth. I just think we should probably, I think the system that we have in place is probably pretty good, and I think in the vast majority of cases I'm going to be against euthanasia. However, I recognize that we do have, legal, jurisprudence for allowing it, and I think what's already.
Okay. Awesome.
Ooh, so I guess I'm going to have the hot take here. All right, I think ultimately what you decide and what you do with your life and how long you decide to be on this earth is up to you. I don't think that it's a good idea to if someone says tomorrow, hey, I want to go kill myself. And then the doctor's like, all right, come in my office and then I'll get you. I don't think we should do that. No, I think there should be defined, hey, oftentimes this is a permanent solution for temporary problems, right? We hear that all the time. And you need to have, I think you should be able to see a therapist, see a doctor, see if you can get some help, do everything else like that. But this sits in a special place with me for two reasons. One of them, I had someone extremely close to me use suicide to exit this earth. And it was it's very difficult, even for me today, right? But the other time is I suffer from bipolar disorder, right? That's diagnosed, as well as ADHD, plus my PTSD from the military that I had. So I have if I'm not going to pretend taking my own life has vacated, right? It's just, or it has never entered my mind, because it enters, and I'm not gonna lie, it enters semi-frequently depending on where I'm at with how my bipolar disorder is treating me, right? But I think it's very clear where the suffering that I did before I was diagnosed, and I was able to see that it's really easy to see something hey, this person's leg is coming off, or this person's arm, or whatever, their body's is getting small, but the mental anguish that individuals can feel through depression, or if they have a significant PTSD, or from whatever actions, right? Not just military, if they're rape or anything else like that. That mental anguish from whatever medical problem they can have is, to me, could be sufficient enough where it's like, I don't want to exist anymore. I want to begin the process. It needs to be a long process. It needs to be a very serious process. And we need to do something to try to convince this person, like, hey, life's worth living. But at the end of the day, if they decide on this earth they don't want to be here anymore, in my opinion, that's up to them. It's no one else's opinion comes in. Maybe if they have kids, we can have a different conversation about it if people are depending on them to live. But ultimately, like, who the fuck are you to tell me if I'm going to be here or not? I didn't want to be here. I didn't say to be here. Like, I can remove myself, right? I didn't, like, that's crazy.
DB.
Okay. So I'm gonna be a little bit real with you guys for a second. So don't take it like don't feel bad for me or anything, right? Like, I'm not trying to bring this up to like get sympathy or anything like that. But this the reason, Prem, when he sent me this the invite, I wasn't gonna do shit today. Right? When you sent me the invite and this topic was on there, this is actually why I agreed to it, because last night I got a weird text from my mother. I was calling, her and my father. They weren't answering the phone, so I drove out to their place and I found my mother in the middle of like hanging herself. Right, and thankfully, she's fine now. It's a very long night, but this is something that my mother's been suicidal for a very long time. She's abused when she was a kid, heavily, tons of like mental issues, right? So my knee-jerk reaction to the question is yes. Right? I don't think that there's a responsibility or requirement for somebody to linger around in pain while they slowly waste away in front of their friends and family. Like, I think that's awful, right? And I can't imagine telling someone like, hey, yeah, I know you're in pain, I know you're like wasting away, but you need to stick around, until your body gives out, because we're not going to make it easy for you. That seems pretty fucked up. So my natural response is yes, right? I think that this should be extended to people that are like in pain chronically and they don't want to deal with it. But where do you draw the line? Because as Fanatic brought up, depression's fucking just as bad as some of these others, right? Like paranoid schizophrenia, really fucking bad. People don't want to deal with this shit every day, right? So what about these people? Do we just tell them like, hey, yeah, I know you don't have to deal with taking your pills every day, visit after visit to psychiatrists and therapists and all this treatment and shit just to get you through the day every day. But hey, you can't push the off button. We're not going to let you. You need to stick through this. I don't know where that line is. So I'm really torn about the topic. I'd really like to hear what you guys think.
So I'll gotta start off saying I'm sorry that you and your family went through that. I hope your mother will get better soon. Get the help that she needs. So I just want to start with that. But thank you for sharing. All right, everyone else, go ahead.
Yeah, so just to talk about this a little bit, there's a lot of different things that we're kind of lumping into one category, and obviously we're going to blur the lines a lot. But there are like specific designations for different things. There's so like CounterPoints use the word euthanasia, but there's lots of different types of euthanasia. For example, when you're in a hospital, you can sign a DNR, right? Which is like passive euthanasia. We're not going to do anything to you, but like we're not going to take extreme measures. So we're
DNR counts as do not resuscitate.
Do not resuscitate, yes. And then and I believe as long as you're in good mental capabilities, you can sign these at any point for any reason, right? And then we have what physician-assisted suicide, which is when physicians take a patient who's terminally ill. What terminally ill means in different places might be different. Like in this country, it's 6 months. I don't actually know what it is in the United States, but it's like doctors have determined that this person is going to die, and we are going to assist them as a physician to do this. And then there's also like active euthanasia, which could be for people who let's say like you have dementia or something, and you don't, you're not necessarily you're not all there, and like a physician couldn't necessarily make that decision for you, which I think is a very like hot thing that not a lot of people agree with. And then there's also like I believe I think was it Rice or no was it agent who brought it up, who said like everyone should be able to like have the right to like and it might have been right. I don't remember who it was.
Not I.
But yeah, but there's a lot of different things that are like in this, and they're like very clearly defined. This article specifically was about physician assisted suicide and like how the 6 month period in terms of Lou Gehrig's disease, which by the way, I think 90% of people die in 10 years, 50% of people die in 5 years. No, 50% of people die in 3 years, and like 70%, I have it written down here. 20 and 75% of people die in 5 years. So this isn't something that like people are like really get past.
Yeah, so like if there's gonna be a line, we're gonna draw the line medically, and if you want to lump ALS into that line of what we're saying is okay for medical euthanasia, then we could have that conversation. I would agree with you on that, right? But I think it's important. I think we all agree in like, taking someone out of their misery, right? Back in the barn, like you bring your horse out there, it's got the broken leg and shit like that. Same concept, right? We put down our pets for the most part when they're suffering too much medically. I just want to make sure that there is a line, and if you want to add that, sure. I don't want coupling a lot of mental illness or certain physical injuries with terminally ill or other diseases such as ALS.
So why does there need to be a line? Right, like, this is the part that like I have a disagreement on, is because it's like, yes, it's very easy to see physical ailments, right? It's extremely easy to see physical ailments, but like it's not going to be me missing the leg that is the problem. It's going to be me having my mental anguish that becomes the problem, with the way that I like have with the inability now to walk, or the fact that I don't have arms anymore. I was never born with them and I got bullied. It's the mental anguish and not those physical things. So why are we using that physical barrier, and why is that like it seems to be excluding people who are suffering like deeply from like depression, right? Because it's like that is like I don't see it. It's not fair
to respond, right? Because you can get over that hurdle, right? Eventually with work, with help, with support, you can get over that hurdle or not adapt to living that way, so you're not in misery, right? That's the thing. Same thing with some physical ailments, right? So like if you get, someone, I forgot who, someone brought, I think it might have been fanatics, you get your leg cut off in a work accident, right? You lost your fucking leg. I would say, even if you wanted to, I don't think you should go for euthanasia. Us as a society, we have support groups, we have societal structures to help people like that. We have prosthetics, wheelchairs, other stuff to help your life get past that hurdle, even though it's never going to be fixed. And you might have mental anguish of losing that limb. I don't think that is enough to warrant, because we can get you past that hurdle and your life is valuable. I don't think just because you feel shitty one day that you should end it all, when we could help you and that you have this whole life ahead of you that you could enjoy.
And
okay,
legally,
so let's go. We got a lot of people. So let's go to White Rice, then GSU, and CounterPoints, and Fanatic put his hand up, and Top Dolphin. I said you counter as well. So it's White Rice, GSU, Counter, Fanatic, Top Dolphin, Doobie.
So for the most part, I actually completely agree with Salsa on this. Like I'm not sure that there should be a line. The whole, like, this kind of gets in the whole argument of like bodily autonomy. Like somebody should be able to do to their body what they want to do, as long as it doesn't affect other people. And I know like there's going to be some people that might say like, oh, well, if you have depression, that's something that you can get through. But somebody with depression might see that argument and go, that's just you telling me to like pick myself up by my bootstraps and like get over it and like keep going. And I'm not going to like try to say that that's what you're saying, or like that's what anybody's going to say about it.
Yeah, it's not what I'm saying.
Well, like, yeah, but somebody with depression might take that as like, as you saying that, like my brother has like mental health issues from being in the military, as well as like physical issues. My dad has the same thing. I also have physical issues from being in the military, and I'm in a pretty extreme pain every single day. I refuse to take like pharmaceutical drugs for it, and instead I try to use other means of taking care of it. But like I don't want to tell somebody that what you're going through is just something that you can kind of get over, because I know what that's like. I've dealt with it in my family. I've dealt with it personally. And I know that, like, it's something that you may not, as a person dealing with it, you may not ever see the end of the road. Like, other people are like, oh, you're eventually going to get through this. Like, you're going to see it through to the end. Like, you got to stay with us. But, like, those people, and like me myself, like, I don't care about hearing any of that. Like, I'm dealing with this every day. Don't try to like tell me like what I'm dealing with isn't bad or anything like that. If I want to be able to end my life so I don't have to deal with this anymore, I should be able to do that without it being codified in a law that I can't decide to do it when I want to do it and how I want to do it, especially after I've talked to my family about it and like gone through sitting down, talking to them, letting them know this is the decision that I've made and this is what I want to do.
Yeah, no. So this isn't some, you have your problem. This isn't, hey, get over it, suck it up, buttercup. You're going to be fine in like a week, right? This isn't, we give you a magical drug and then you're through the light at the end of the tunnel and everything is good again like it never happened. You will live with this. This is life experiences. You will live with scars. It is. But it's how you adapt from it and what us, like your people around you, your loved ones, can help you with, right? If you have PTSD, there's support groups. There's drugs that could help, right? There's stuff that we can help you with. It might not fix your problems, but it could get better. Or we could at least help you live and adapt with those problems, right? It's not going to be fixed. It's not going to be 100% like it was before. It's never going to be like that. And I think people who like do suffer from this have a bit of a bit of bias because when you're in a rut, you don't ever see yourself getting out of that rut. But for a lot of people, it gets better not because they get out the rut, it's because they have those support structures.
God damn.
I never was diagnosed with depression, but the way my bipolar manifests itself is I go up and down over the course of a couple months, right? This is one. And when I'm up here, I can recognize I'm up here. I'm up here right now, right? But because like I said, I got diagnosed like over 8 years ago. So I read and I research a lot of shit when it came down to this. So I'm fully aware of the way my brain is working and that I can pull myself up, right? But as I'm up here and then I start the journey down, I know I'm going down. I'm aware of going down and I can see all the assets about me sinking, right? Because I've done my research. I know eventually if I stick around, I'll come up there. But at the end of the day, I'm still going to be massively depressed. I'm still going to be massively in mental anguish, in pain. It impacts my work. It impacts my job, the things I like to do. It impacts my hobbies, right? It impacts my entire life as a whole. But now here's the part. I have to make a decision to feel this way every 3, 6, whatever months for the rest of my life. And this is the problem. And this is the problem where it comes into, because like there's like that's just it. That's just all. Right. And so if I want to make a decision like, hey, it's not worth it, right? Then I should be allowed to fucking make the decisions, not to go through all the anguish because of what?
We got a lot of people. We got to get to
they're gonna let all that nonsense last, I guarantee it.
We gotta go. So GSU. Who's muted?
You're muted, buddy.
Be right back. I'm going to the bathroom.
Yeah, I forgot I muted because I was talking earlier. But yeah. So I mean, this topic is kind of close to me. I have a really, really close friend. She was definitely like in my top 2 best friends at the time for probably about 5 years, and she committed suicide. And just like I've had the conversation with her family, her mom, and everybody else, I feel like suicide is irrational. Not regardless of the suffering, but definitely outside of like extreme medical cases. And that's like what's at the bottom of how I feel about this topic. And I feel like there's a bunch of things in culture that have caused people to be either hedonic or nihilistic. And I feel like this is like almost like passive eugenics. I think the real solution is that we should notice that we need to invest in these issues, and we need to invest in healthcare to deal with some of these issues. And passively just saying, "Yeah, we're gonna let you take yourself out," I feel like that's avoiding the true problem. I feel like it's a way to let our government not be on the hook for things that they should be taking care of. But also I feel like just like abortion, which I don't want to get into abortion, but these these like uh euthanasia clinics will pop up in the hood, right? For sure. And the government gonna like we should let our government be responsible for our health care, not just allow individuals that are suffering to do this. So yeah, I feel like it's
Counter, it's your turn.
Yeah, I wanna back up GSU, and I wanna maybe say what Fanatic's gonna say, because he convinced me of something the other day, a few months back or whatever. Whereas like the way that we talk about this and the way that we you angle yourselves against your depression or anxiety or physical pain is very important for whether or not you're actually going to end up committing suicide. So kind of having like an outlook like, hey, fuck it, I don't know what's going to happen when I die, but I'm going to ride this motherfucker out to the bitter end. That is an attitude that we should be promoting. And there are physiological... God damn it, it fucking interrupted. Can y'all still hear me or no?
We can hear you now. Go ahead.
We
Try
can
it
hear
again.
you.
Yeah. So there's basically like physiological
Oh,
issues.
you're about it again.
Yeah, fuck me.
Uh,
Fuck me in the ass.
yeah. Okay. We'll
we
get back
heard
to
that.
Top Dolphin, then Fanatic, and Doobie.
Wait, yeah, I just want to say, specifically when we talk about like drawing lines, currently the way lines are drawn have, from what I understand, have very little to do with like suffering, right? A lot of times, it's especially in this case specifically with physician assisted suicide, is it has to do with being like dead, right? And in X amount of time, which is I think 6 months was it the case in what was this, Colombia? And it's so like you could be like what do they call it when you're like a quad amputee or whatever, where you have no limbs, or there's like a quadriplegic, maybe quadriplegic is paralyzation, I think. But you could be like you could have like both arms and legs amputated. You could be like, there's a lot of things that you have that like permanently fuck your life that this currently doesn't apply to. And you could argue that it like does, and we could expand that. But like specifically the physician assisted suicide talks about like killing people who are like dying. And like when doctors come, it's not when your friend comes in and says, "Oh, like there's no hope." It's when, or "Oh, you can get over it." It's when doctors say, like medically, there is nothing else we can do. I'm not sure where this falls. Like I know with like dementia and Alzheimer's, there's like they're like because you don't technically die from it, right? It's just like, but like I think there's like you're quote unquote brain dead because you're not there anymore or whatever. You're not living reality. But I'm not sure like where the medical community. There's like a lot of papers on it, but there's not a lot of like I don't see like official like American Medical Association like doctrine on it. I couldn't find, but when it so like even the case like depression and stuff wouldn't fall under this because it would go until doctors would say like, hey, you're going to die and there's nothing else we can do about it.
Well, yeah, that's why we have the line, because once you don't have that line and you just say misery in general, like others have said here, and then you start going to like, well, what if someone's in misery because of depression? What if they're in misery because of like PTSD? And that's when we start getting just beyond the physical trauma. That's why the line's important.
So, two things. Like one,
Hold on. We got it. Yeah, we got it. So let's Fanatics are waiting.
Yeah. Not bad.
Fanatic, you're muted.
Fanatic, you're muted.
You're muted.
There we go. I forgot White Rice's point earlier, so I don't even know how to address that anymore. I'm sorry. New Salsa, you were saying that do you believe in limitations at all for like suicide?
Yeah. So like the first point that I said, right, was that like if you want to begin this process, it's going to be an extensive process. You're going to go through an entire range of help. You're going to have everything available to you. And like, it's not going to be like someone can't complete this process in like 3 months or 6 months, or if it's talking to experts to figure out if it's going to be something that's stick up to a year, 2 years, something along those lines. It wouldn't be I explicitly said you wouldn't be able to go like in the Futurama suicide booths, like I'm done, blah, 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 and go. It would be an actual process to make sure this is the decision you actually want to do.
Okay. Yeah. The other thing was you said something about like having a problem with someone using the phrase rut. What exactly is like what does the word rut mean to you? Because it seems like rut is like literally a perfect description, like a short space in time, which is temporary, in which like people are like undergoing negative things. That seems like that's the description of what a rut is, and it seems like that's typically what happens. Or even if it's not short, a periodic occurrence of something is a rut. So then in that case, a person who's going through depression of some kind, it's a rut. When you're in that low spot, like even like for like manic depressives, right? Like you're in this place for a while and then you're back on the high space and then you're back. It's literally like a wave. And so during the time when they're in the low place, it's a rut. It's a period of time, right? Like where before they're back into their high spirits again, right? So why would the word rut be a problem if it is an accurate description of the actual problem?
So the way the rut would be a problem when actually talking about this is probably because the way other people also use this term to talk about whenever they just have a breakup or whenever they they just like fuck my football team down, or they're in like financial insecurity for like a tiny bit amount because their car broke down and they didn't have the finances, like, oh fuck, I'm in a rut, right? And so it's the belittling of the action, because if you were to tell that to depressive people, right, of like, it's like, oh, you're just in a rut, right? We don't say rut to talk about and to describe extremely serious actions, right? If like your spouse were to die tomorrow, I would never say, oh, you're just in a rut, dog, you'll be okay tomorrow, right?
Of course not.
Right. But and it's like it's the usage of the term, because if you want to say like strictly definitionally, right, especially in my case, you're right. It is a periodic of time. I'm gonna exit. It's whatever. However,
So
the way that we
rut.
use it, we don't use it that way to describe serious fashion.
No. You would anything that's going to be serious but periodic, right? Like so, like for the wife thing, you wouldn't use the word rut specifically because you recognize that like this is final. There's no coming back from this. This is permanent. So you wouldn't use the word rut there. But so the word rut wouldn't even apply. But for a person with depression, the word rut does apply because it is temporary, right?
Yeah, but like News also said before, right? Is like so for bipolar, the low points you might call them ruts, but the endless cycle of going through. But the endless cycle of going through high and low points isn't a rut. It's permanent, right?
Sure. Okay,
right. The low point, it's a rut.
Right. The low point is the rut.
No.
You would say,
the low point might be the rut.
By definition, the low point is a rut while you're in it. However, the cycle, the overall cycle is going to be, yes, that's going to be something that's going to be continuing, endless, and never ending. But by definition, when a person in that's bipolar, like is in their low point, that by definition is a rut because it is periodic. It's not forever. So yes, they can say bipolar and my disorder as a whole is not a rut, but the low point is a rut. And that means that like there are low times, there will be like high times where like things are amazing and life is great and everything is the way they want it to be, and those like those are also going to be present. So
I agree, right? It literally means that, but it's the issue with the way that people use the word in modern times, right? When they describe something that is very temporary and oftentimes isn't that big of a deal, they use the term rut. You don't like I said, the financial insecurity for a little bit, like I got a pop tire, had a bad week at work or whatever, we use that term rut. And so what?
Wait, hold on. You're saying that doesn't apply there? You're saying it should?
No, I'm saying it does. I'm saying it does. But I'm saying so when people say that term, right, it most often too is applied to those like very quick, sudden things, right? When and the issue that I took offense to, right, is like it also makes it and it highlights it. It's quick and it's sudden and it's not going to be there forever, right? I think it highlights that.
No. By definition, rut just means it's periodic.
No, I understand. We're in agreement when it comes down to the definition. Now we're talking about the way that people actually use the words.
I got you. Good. So in the way that people actually use it, when that pop tire happens, or like there's like a downtime at the job, they're still referring to something that's periodic. Rut means it's periodic. So people use it for like insignificant things that are periodic, because rut is a period. It's a period. Right?
Yeah,
so then they would use it for that.
But White Rice and New Salsa are saying that can feel dismissive to people who have chronic pain or chronic mental issues because they're basically
people wouldn't use the word for chronic issues. They don't. That's not been Salsa's
depression is chronic though.
No. Right.
depression is chronic, but when we're talking about a rut, we're referring to a specific point in time of the depression in which someone is having a downtime. We would not refer to the uptime as a rut. So we're talking about a specific period of the depression, which has two different factors, of an uplifting and a negative one. So that's why it wouldn't apply for something chronic, something permanent. We wouldn't use the word rut for that. And so again, we've already pointed out. Why would you go back to that?
Can I say one thing to you though?
Yeah, go ahead.
Huh?
Okay. Can I say one thing to you though on that point? Is that so like like Salsa's experience isn't like everybody with depression's experience. And I know you're not saying that, but like it kind of feels like people who don't deal with it are basically describing like depression as kind of like a monolith. And like whereas Salsa might have like these really, really high highs, but also really, really low lows, other people with depression, it's almost like just kind of a constant low with maybe just a little blip of it going up every now and then.
Sure.
And so
also describing manic depression and like that's what he's describing.
Yeah, yeah.
Which is another word for bipolar. So that's they are different things. I understand.
Yeah.
That.
And so like when people like when people like say it as like, oh, you're going through a rut, like you can make it through it, like people who have it and who are experiencing it are like, but this isn't one of those low lows. This is just my constant. Like I am just
yes, but it's
like
you're
don't
still
like words. No, it's
yeah, it's
like
fine, right?
people are using words differently, and maybe some people take offense to it. Okay, but can we get back to the topic?
Well, I just want to know. I want.
No, Doobie's waiting. Go ahead, Doobie.
So yeah, I think I think when you cross from the physical pain to the fucking like mental anguish is where it obviously gets complicated more clearly. Because I don't think it makes sense to just say that you can live with this stuff, or hey, you can find a way. Because there are a lot of people who maybe can't afford the medications they need to live with the mental issues that they have, right? So do we? I mean, I guess most of you probably support some form of like single payer healthcare, some shit to get those people help. But right now that doesn't really exist, right? So a lot of people that have chronic mental health issues that just don't really have the medication for them. But there are people who do have the medication who feel like they're a slave to this bottle of pills, right? And if they don't take it every single day, if they miss a couple of days, they just fall into this deep hole, and they need to find a way to get through for until the medication kicks back in. And there are other people who have problems that you can't really treat with just like by just shrugging them off. For example, I hate this. Is just it's fresh in my mind, so I'm just using it as an example. So last night when I was fighting my mother to take the cord off her neck, one thing she kept saying is, if it's not tonight, it'll be tomorrow or next week or next month. It's gonna happen, right? And that she was tired of going on, and she was sick of it, and she didn't want to deal with it anymore. She didn't want to feel it anymore. And I think someone said earlier that it's selfish. Right? It's selfish for people to want to check out. But I've honestly been thinking, was it selfish for me to stop her? Is it selfish for us to say, hey, yeah, you do have to go through this chronic depression, or maybe you have you're paranoid schizophrenic, and hey, you do need to go through it, because you not going through it makes me feel bad, right? I'm gonna be sad. I'm gonna feel like I didn't do enough, right, to keep you around if you make this decision. Is that I don't know. I don't really. I don't know where the line is.
That,
it's really
I'm the one who said that.
Okay.
And
Fanatic, if you can mute yourself, please.
I do understand that, right? I feel like when you're in someone's life, and it's like, for example, as a mother, right? Or for me, as a son, I have people who love me, who care about me. I have responsibility to people who would do a lot of things, if not sacrifice themselves, to make sure my well-being is okay. And I think it is extremely selfish to end it all and cause, if not more misery, if not more harm, because suicide clustering is a thing that I would cause more harm. I feel like it's selfish that I would just deny help, right? And I just, nope, fuck it, it's done, and not try to fight it, right? And I feel like that fight is never ending, but you shouldn't give up. Like, if you still have people around you that care about you, that would do anything to stop you from doing it, there is a reason to stick around, right? And I hope that person gets that help, and I really hope they get that support, and that is why I feel like it's selfish. And yes, we do see.
But Asian,
I understand where
some people just don't have anybody, right? So I've got I don't want to say I have a close family. I don't get along with my parents at all. But some people don't even have that, right? They don't have friends.
If you talk about
some of these people, they don't really have the support structure to get them through the day, right? So like, do we just something hey, you need to suffer? You can't go to a hospital and go through the steps to make sure that you really want to make this decision, and then check out whatever in a dignified way, right? If you want to do it, you need to go find a tree somewhere, right?
Yeah,
like
well,
that's
I
don't know.
In the hypothetical of this, one person who has no one in their life whatsoever, they're dealing with misery and they've exhausted all their options. I would still want to help that person, and that is why I do believe, the fucking in healthcare, mental health care, to help that person. But if they've exhausted all options, they have no one in their life with them, they have no support structure whatsoever. If they do decide to go out, it's a fucking shame. And it is a fucking travesty. And I don't want that.
We talk about so much on the left about, hey, we need to be there for people that have disadvantaged situations. Like, it's ridiculous to me that people on the left feel this way. Like, we have homeless people, we have people dealing with mental health that don't have the like money to afford it. We have certain communities that have higher rates of suicide because of like social acceptance. We have all of these issues. And the answer is, oh yeah, let's just let these people take themselves out. It's like such a cop out to me on society to have this take. Like, it's literally a disinvestment in people. Like, we should care about people. We should care about their conditions. We should try to provide the mental health or overall health care that they need. And it's ridiculous to say, yeah, we're just going to set up a booth and we're okay with any conscious adult saying, hey, we should do. And maybe some people even go to kids. I'm scared to even ask that. Cause
I don't think a single person advocated for that, so I don't know who you're talking to.
Yeah, and like
I don't think not a single person advocated for setting up a booth. I think everybody advocated for getting all the necessary mental health, that.
So I feel like so you're drawing a distinction there. I think it's as reprehensible. So yeah, I'm not scrubbing you. I think you're modify my words from not being whatever it was to whatever you just said.
Yeah.
All right. No, that's fine, right? But like, let's now frame it where someone does have the access to all the mental help, right? Literally everything. They have the family structure that they should have had. They have people with them. They're able to. They don't have to worry about all this stuff like this, and then they still feel this way. And
I think,
I'm not like, is it still the same now?
The biggest difference in these situations is, I think, again, it all boils down to like the whether or not these things are final. And I think for me, like, I just as a person who dealt with like depression from like youth until I want to say 2016. Like for me, like the only thing that prevented me from doing something like taking my own life was specifically my faith, like the belief that I'm going to hell if I do something like that. Because I just didn't like being here in any capacity. Didn't like whatever. That's where my brain was at that point in time. And I look at now and how amazing life is, like just how much everything turned around. It started in 2016, and it's like, man, if I didn't have the faith and I'm like having to interpret your worldview, then now I can say for myself, in hindsight, it would have been a freaking tragedy. Like, had I done something to harm myself and missed out on all of the amazing things that I've like started to experience now, like just in my life. So I think for the same sense, I think for everyone else, I believe that there is life on the other side of depression in which they can experience the joy and exactly the way things are going to be. So I think chemical imbalances sometimes can take a long time to whatever. I think sometimes it just enough therapy, like to help people learn how to how to retrain their like mode of thinking and things like that. That can also be like particularly effective. I think their treatment is out there that can like actually help these people. And I think agreeing, it's just
giving up and just saying like, well, like, yeah, it kind of sucks what you're going through. So yeah, I'll co-sign it. Go ahead and offer yourself. I just think that's like the worst thing, especially we on the other side of it who recognize that these things are temporary. I just think it just seems so wrong.
Can I try to talk?
Counter and then top and then like.
All right, and until my internet explodes, because I'm gonna try to fucking bridge the gap between these perspectives. I think I have been salsa and white rice in the past. I have chronic pain issues. I've also had, existential crises from dealing with mortality and military service and pain and all that kind of stuff, and also having some friends check out. And basically what happened was the horizon in my world shrunk down to the immediate areas around me, and I didn't see myself in the future. I'm also sympathetic to Fanatic, where basically holding on can save you. I almost killed myself in 2012, but I didn't. And
That's
roboting.
Yeah.
robot.
It's okay. God hates me. It's fine.
Okay, you got. we will definitely come back to you. I want to hear your story. Okay, all right. Top Dolphin, White Rice, and Dionysus.
Yeah. So something I think that's also very So personally, me, I get kind of uncomfortable when we start talking about physician assisted suicide and euthanasia for people who are like depressed or have like mental ailments. And the reason is because we just don't know a lot about a lot of these things yet, right? Like with terminal illness, a lot of times we can draw, like a doctor can say at any point, like, this is the point where like you're fucked, right? Like, it sounds rough, but like we can kind of say that as a doctor when it comes to something like Lou Gehrig's disease, or when it comes to something like terminal cancer that's like radiation resistant and chemotherapy resistant. But like mental health and like psychological stuff is like a lot more new and a lot less studied, and we don't know the limits of it yet. But like maybe in the future, if we get to a point where we could like identify individuals, it's like we've been through all these things, and like after that point, like the only way you get better is a gift from God, and you're just fucked. Then like maybe I would be a little bit more comfortable with saying, yeah, that depressed person should be able to have access to physician assisted suicide, or that bipolar person should have access to physician assisted suicide, or that schizophrenic person. But I don't know if that should be the case right now, just because we just don't know. Like as far as I'm pretty sure as far as like we're concerned, and like the in the like mental health community, everything is either manageable or everything is either like manageable or curable, right? Like everything can be gotten over, because we don't know where the limits of things are.
Okay. White Rice, Dionysus.
Yeah. Okay, so so where I kind of come down on this is that and like unfortunately, like this might be like a really bad take to you guys, but if I'm somebody who wants physician assisted suicide and I want to kill myself, I'm going to find a way to do that regardless of whether or not it is legal. The great thing about physician assisted suicide is that it makes it so much easier, and it makes it so that I'm able to put a timeline on what I'm doing. There is also the point where, like, luckily for me, my son keeps me from like ever having these thoughts. Granted, I've done a bunch of other things, but having my 8-year-old kid, every time I see him, like, it just erases everything that I may have, because I put my like entire existence into him. The problem is not everybody that goes through this stuff has like has somebody that they can put this into. They don't have the support group or anything like that, and therefore like they may not ever see the end. And then like what you were saying, Top Dolphin, were like mental health is like a new thing, and I feel like that leads to another issue where we don't know exactly how SSRIs work. And because we don't know that, you have a lot of people that just continuously keep getting false hope. where they have doctors saying this is going to help you. They start taking a drug and they think, okay, I'm going to feel better. Everything's going to be better after this. And then it doesn't work. And I've known people that have gone through like 6 different SSRIs, constantly thinking this is going to get better for me. And it doesn't. And then it just makes it that much worse every single time they think that they're going to get better, and they don't. And they start thinking like, maybe just this is just what I am. This is who I am. This is what, like, the cards that I'm dealt, and fuck it, I can't change that. That's where you start getting to the point where like suicide becomes a real fucking thing.
Yeah, but the problem is, right, when you like I agree with you 100%. But the problem is that, like, as a society, if we want to like draw lines, when it comes to physical ailments currently, like we can draw those lines. Those are lines that are able to be drawn. We can say once you've done, like, for example, with cancer, it's like once you've done like chemo, radiation, the X treatment, Y treatment, like this many times, if it doesn't respond and it progresses this far, like, you're fucked, and like, and you're going to die, right? Or, and like, this is terminal. But when it comes to like mental stuff, like, for every you can say this person's been on 6 SSRIs and none of them have helped. There's a person who went on 7 SSRIs and it did help. We don't know how, and it's also really hard to draw the lines of like where things have progressed. We haven't come that far as a society to be able to draw those lines to where we could safely, consistently say that, like, yes, this person is like, that person is medically fucked, and like there is nothing else we can do to help this person. And that's why I think is like, well, like, you can talk about like, yeah, maybe that person killing themselves wouldn't be that bad. I don't know if I would be okay with like drafting policies saying that like physicians can help these people kill themselves, especially like, because like what's at that point, like what's the difference to the guy who comes in who's like doesn't have chronic depression, right, has an acute depression, and comes in and feels like everything's over, versus the guy who's been through all the stuff and comes in and feels like everything's over, and that like they want to make the decision to kill themselves. And I think that's like a really, really hard line to draw that like we, with the technology we have, just aren't capable of drawing at this time.
100%. And I want to point out, people make the statement like, well, you know, even if they don't get it medically, like a lot of people won't actually do it, right? Some people will actually do it, but the thing is, we don't know which ones are which, right? Like, some people will chicken out like midway through, and the chicken out is a bad way of saying I don't like that. Some people will, you know, like, just for lack of whatever, they just won't do it. Like, they will like hesitate, or like they don't have the will to like force themselves to do it, right? Their self-preservation will prevent them from doing it. But if they can, the more they can remove themselves from it by, say, signing a piece of paper and leaving it in the hands of a doctor, then one, it can give them the mental justification in their brains of like, well, see, I'm not the one doing this. Like, I'm morally not doing this. It's someone else doing it, right? Because some people might have some moral impositions. Then there's also like the idea of like some people, again, not having the like courage in the moment, like because self-preservation is just too strong, so then they can't like do it. So then like that can prevent some people from doing it, and so on and so forth. So there's plenty of people who, because of the lack of euthanasia, won't actually do it. So we can't just immediately say, oh, they'll do it eventually. Like, I don't think that that's true.
Agents.
I'm not saying
Yeah,
Oh,
so-
but like,
I'm
I
not,
feel like people are. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so a lot to it. Also, to piggyback off a point Fnatic made way earlier ago. You know, I do have a lot of my like opinion on this because I am religious. I am Catholic. But like, even if, you know, I see like people in chat memeing Sky Daddy bullshit, but like, even if like, you're not religious whatsoever and you believe that we are just like, you know, fucking meat sacks walking the earth with just like this frame of time of like consciousness, like, even if you do believe in that, there is shit to live for, right? You know, there's a bunch of fucking pleasures you could like hedonist bullshit, right? You go down and fucking enjoy, be like, you know, multiple fucking drugs, like anything, fucking screaming at degenerates on panels, right? That could give you happiness. Other relationships you have, right?
True.
There's something, no matter like religion based or fucking just not religious based. There's some value to life.
Dude, if I
Yeah.
may, really quickly, if I'm
Go
able
on.
to do this, this is why I think an orienting principle is so important. This is actually why I like Jordan Peterson, is to basically say like, hey, my life's fucked, but I can orient myself as
Oh,
Robot
Prime
Happened
attacks
again.
you because you said it.
God,
You said
Prime
Jordan
damn it.
Peterson and it
You said
fucked you.
Jordan Peterson. Prime was like, nah, babe.
Yeah.
Kill me.
I know.
Well, in this lull, I gotta give justification for chat because I know it's gonna drive people insane. It's not as simple as go do something else.
Yes, sir.
It's not as simple as go do something else. It's not as simple as go down the heathenist route.
No one here is saying that's not what I
you
was
said
trying to
that.
say.
You said that.
Well, no, I was saying for people who say it's just religions while you have that. No, there's other things you can.
No,
you
but
can
I'm
even
saying
play
like
hedonism.
in
I'm not
order
saying
to
all you have
in
to
order
do
to
is hedonist and everything's okay. That's not what I'm saying.
no, that I don't give a fuck about that. That's I don't care if we go down the heat. The point is this is oftentimes misconstrued by people who necessarily haven't experienced depression. I'm not saying you haven't because I don't know you, but I'm saying that it's not as simple as go try this other activity or go do anything. There's no motivation to do anything for some people, right?
I'm well
Absolutely zero. So it's just
well
like this type of perspective ain't fucking working.
He didn't say that. He didn't say this is a solution. He wasn't voicing it in any way, shape, or form as a solution. He didn't say anything like that. That's not what he was saying at all. I don't know how you heard him. He's telling you over and over.
Maybe I missed it. Right? Maybe I missed it. If I missed it, I missed it. I'll take your word. That's it. I missed
We
it.
also have to understand that we can directly tie a lot of mental health in our population to things like advertising, social media, looking at the people and thinking like you can compare yourselves to them, even though the life that you're looking at might be fake. Like there's so much in our society that's BS that causes people to be nihilistic that it's ridiculous to even like offer this as a solution. Like
Okay.
I don't understand.
I want to try because I minimized my screen, so hopefully you guys can hear me for more than 30 seconds. So the reason why I like Jordan Peterson is because of an orienting principle. Okay, it's basically the orienting principle is saying that like, hey, life is fucked up, things are falling apart, shit's gonna be bad, you're gonna lose people you love, all of that kind of stuff. But it's your job to wake up and put one foot in front of the other because you are an agent of order. And when you do things like that, so for instance, using people in this room as an example, white rice, when you have chronic pain, you can feel like not doing anything at all. Like fuck getting up, fuck standing up, fuck doing anything. But when you have that orienting principle as a foundational part of your perspective, then you can say like, hey, it's my job, things suck, but it's a part of my orienting philosophy to try to make the world a little bit better for myself today than it was yesterday. So I'm going to stand up. I'm going to walk for 10 minutes. I'm going to do something like that. I'm going to do yoga or some shit. And like in that kind of mindset has helped me. And I did talk about like horizon shrink because I don't know if I'm projecting or whatever, but salsa, like I don't know if I'm projecting, but like
probably.
but what I was gonna say is I did distract my things when I got out of the service with a bunch of really fun things, women and booze and all that kind of shit. And to Dionysus's point, like that was a good distraction for a little bit, but whenever that fell through, whenever I didn't have that, it was just emptiness and just anxiety and fear and thinking about all the things that I had done and how close I came to getting fucking whacked. And then also thinking about like the people who did die that shouldn't have died and how short life is and how everything is kind of downhill from here. And that kind of spiral it's a self-fulfilling spiral. It's something that you can fall down into, which is the only thing that pushed me through was kind of like Fanatics thing, where I was raised religious, so I didn't want to fucking schwack myself. And then because I gave myself enough time, even just now, I'm coming out of the darkness. I can see a horizon where I'm 30 or 40 and I'm a family man and I can be around and enjoy my life and all that kind of shit. But number one, it takes time. And number two, it takes an orienting principle. And I think that if you look at all the religious people here, I think what they're scared of when they hear White Rice and New Salsa saying like, hey, it's ultimately your individual decision or whatever, they're thinking that people are going to miss out on that opportunity because they choose to check out early. And there's medical consensus to grant that opportunity for them to check out early. And I think that's the fear that they're articulating. And it's the fear that I'm articulating too, because I was in the same boat as everybody here.
No, I see your point, and like I'm super lucky. Like, and I consider myself extremely fucking lucky, especially because I know like how bad it can be for some people. Like, I not only have my son, like I mean it's different than some of you. Like, some of you guys are Catholic, or maybe some of you guys are Protestant. You just have faith, whatever. Like, I'm I'm Buddhist, and like at the end of the day, I feel like I should be trying to make myself the best possible person I can be and try to make the world a better place, like you were saying, counterpoints. And so like I have these things going for me, and like it doesn't, like I don't have a deity for it, but I have these things going for me that are helping pushing me through. And like it's been, I can't, like 7-8 years since I've been out of the service, 9 years since I've been dealing with these issues since I got out of the Navy, and like they don't go away, and like it's something that is constantly there. And like where I'm saying I'm lucky is because other people don't have these things, and like
Okay, can I just push back
what can
against
be
that
a
though?
support issue.
I don't like that because, like, here's the deal, right? Like, and I'm sorry for your experience, and I'm sorry that like you're going through that at this point. But I just really have to push back against the idea that these things don't go away, because that's your experience thus far. And you could have asked me up until I was around 29, I want to say, and I would have told you the same thing. This is just what life is, because that's what life was for me. But they do go away. There is a light on the other side of the tunnel. Life can be beautiful, and it sucks that some of us are dealt extremely bad hands, and we have to overcome so much nonsense and like learn to process it and fight all these inner demons and all this other nonsense. That sucks. Life sucks. Sometimes we're dealt a really, really terrible hand, but there is light on the other side of that tunnel. And I don't want any people listening to this to get this mentality that depression is forever, because I thought it was forever. I had adjusted to it of just like, that's life. You can look on my Twitter feed during that time, and I'd be saying stuff, not even recognizing that I was projecting depression, but I would say stuff like, man, like life is so good right now and everything is great. And I would say in that same post, so it's just a matter of time before things get back ugly. Because I knew it was going to happen, because that's the way life was for me. And that's what I just thought life was. I just thought that's everything I'd ever known since like before I was 10. So
Can I ask you a question, Fanatic?
Go ahead.
Do you know, like, looking back on it now, do you like can you point to like a specific reason why you were feeling the way you were feeling? Like, do you think that it was like,
no,
like
it was so ridiculous, because it would happen oftentimes during the time that I'd be the happiest. Like, I would win a major tournament, or I'd like sign a bunch of autographs at a freaking major, and it'd be like, wow, this is crazy. I can't believe this is what life is becoming for me. And then literally I would go to my hotel room after that, and then I would feel so disgusted and empty, and just like, man, like, what's the point of life though? What does all of this stuff mean? Like, what, like, and I would feel like hopeless and just like, ugh, like, I don't know, or I'd like strive for like to win a tournament, and the first time I finally won one, like, I was happy for 20 minutes, and then like immediately afterwards I'd like walk away and just be like, oh, like, what's like, okay, I guess what's next? And it's
for
never,
you, then,
nothing was good.
Yeah, so for you then, like it sounded like you were pointing to like it was religion that kind of pulled you out of it.
For me,
or like kind of helped.
Yeah, for sure. It was a combination. Like, I don't want to get into religion. I'll just say for me that, yes, my faith. Religion had a big thing to do with me.
Did you have faith throughout this period?
I did, and that was the other part of. Yeah, go ahead.
So like the reason why like I was even bringing that up is because there's a lot of people that are dealing with this who, like, one, they can't point towards anything that, like, they don't know, like, it's just how they feel. Like, no, they've been in plenty of doctors, no doctor can point to exactly how they feel, and a lot of the time when they're prescribing SSRIs, they're like, honestly, I'm sure the doctor's probably thinking like, I don't know if this is actually going to work, but like it might work, so we're going to prescribe it, because like I said, we don't know exactly how SSRIs work. But then like you were kind of lucky that you had that faith to you. Like, you had something there. A lot of people don't have that. They don't have faith. Like, they've tried faith, they don't have it. They don't have family. They have friends maybe, and they've tried to talk to their friends maybe, but like that doesn't always work, because the problem is like not everybody, like, I can talk to somebody all day about the problems that I deal with, and my brother can talk to somebody all day about his PTSD issues, but unless you're talking to somebody who's able to actually fully understand what you're going through, and it's hard to find that, man. Like, I don't know where you live, but where I live, it is fucking hard to find that. It can feel like you are completely alone at all times.
Yeah, and nobody else understands all of those things.
Yeah, can I address this? Number one, White Rice and New Salsa, like, my DMs are open, like, and you guys are definitely cool enough that I want to talk to you again, one-on-one or on panel scenes, whatever. But also, I want to clarify my experience with drugs in particular. I didn't get on SSRIs, and I don't think I ever had depression. I think I had anxiety. So, and basically what happened is I had this, like, negative cycle of nerve pain, being anxious in public places, because basically public places are where people try to fucking kill you, right? And yeah, so basically what happened was I went on, like, a geriatric dose. This is literally like shit that they're prescribing to 80-year-olds. A geriatric dose of anxiety medications that had a side effect of decreasing nerve pain. Specifically, it's called Cymbalta. So my nerve pain was decreased. I felt like a zombie for 2 weeks, so that absolutely sucked. But then when my body got adjusted to it, what ended up happening was I found myself going down that negative spiral that I think somebody mentioned, where it's like, things are good, but they're going to go wrong. This is what can go wrong right now. Here's what I'm trying to do, and here's how it's going to fuck up. Here's the relationship that I'm in, and here's how it's going to fuck up. And what would happen is that thought would start, and then what would happen is the drug would literally interrupt my ability to feel that emotion. Now, on one hand, that's terrifying, because you feel like you're not your authentic self. You feel like you're not you, because you're not thinking with a sober mind. On the other hand, what that did is it gave me space. It was kind of like working out with an injury, right? If you keep working out with, like, an injured shoulder or something like that, you're going to make it worse. And that's kind of the way the emotions were, where by giving myself the space to not think those negative thoughts, I was able to then turn around and look at what I was actually doing and what I wanted to achieve, and then kind of reorient myself. Like I said, I think this has to be combined with purpose, whether that's like religious or philosophy or Buddhism or Jordan Peterson or whatever. But once I had that, like, foundational block of no matter what happens, I'm going to try to make the world a little bit better than yesterday, that orienting philosophy and the space that the drugs bought me allowed me to start seeing a future. Whereas I would say a year ago, 2 years ago, I didn't think that I would make it to my 30th birthday. I didn't think that I would make it to my 25th or my 22nd or my 21st. And if you asked me what I wanted to do in my 30s and 40s, I would not have a fucking answer for you except for be around for my family. And honestly, that wasn't enough psychologically or emotionally for me to feel engaged
now you started
with my
coming
own life. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
Hey, we got like a 3-minute rant, so that was fucking awesome.
Yeah. So just to add to that, like, a lot of people meme on the left on Jordan Peterson, but, like, there's a lot of people who've dealt with these type of issues who have come out and said, hey, adopting this mentality of adopting responsibility is what helped me to feel better. So that's just some of the message that I tell to people that are going through this, because we can understand that these things are real. Like, try to adopt as much responsibility as you can, and then you'll hopefully find meaning in life that will make you able to bear the, like, depression or whatever the specific case is that you're dealing with. This is why Jordan Peterson has been, like, monumental in a lot of people's lives, because touching the people that feel like they don't have.
Yeah, he has an ideology. He has an ideology, and that ideology can be useful to some people, and it's not supposed to be attack. But it's just using it as another example, just like religion. It's an ideology that can be useful to some people. I guess the point is that beyond that, the things that Jordan Peterson says can be damaging. But that doesn't mean that you can't have pieces of an ideology that can be useful. I totally believe when people say that following Jordan Peterson's advice has helped them, has pulled them out. Yeah. But there are other ideologies they could have found that might have also given that same purpose. I don't think anything that Jordan Peterson. Okay, sorry, I'm making this. I don't mean to do that. Sorry, forget it.
Yeah, I mean,
I
there's
don't.
a lot of people
The
that
point,
follow him
I
that
just
would
wanted to back up
disagree
Yeah,
with you.
really quickly.
I
The primary statement that he made is the correlation between responsibility and purpose. Responsibility does not make you happy, okay? You're not fucking dancing on the rooftops like Mary Poppins with a fucking umbrella and shit and singing fucking songs. But what it does is it gives you a sense of purpose. So White Rice was talking about how his son grounds his life. My son grounds my life. My wife grounds my life. My house grounds my life. My pets ground my life. And through that, I get a sense of purpose. Whereas before, when I was pursuing nihilistic hedonism, where I was just trying to, fucking drink, that was pleasurable, but it didn't make me happy and it didn't give me a sense of purpose. And that's why that specific tenet spoke to me so deeply.
Okay, fair enough. Let's go to Top Dolphin. And Doobie, let's see if you want to have anything to say. But go to Top Dolphin.
Yeah, I just want to say again the White Rice and New Salsa is that I don't necessarily want to discount any of the things that you're saying, and I actually think a lot of what you're saying is true. But I think like I said before, I think the biggest problem is we often try it sounds like a lot of us are well, there is this one perspective of what mental anguish or mental whatever people's mental health struggles is. And the problem is there's so big of a variety of things that we just can't necessarily there's no way for us to define it discreetly in a way that people who could be okay don't get hurt. And in that case, I think we should, until technology gets better and research gets better, I feel like we should err on the side of caution and assume that everyone's going to get better rather than worse. Because at the end of the day, you can say that oh yeah, well there's I'll even go out because I think I can't remember who said this, but there are people out there who just don't everyone's oh, I have that internal drive or I have that internal motivation or I want to get better. There are people out there who just don't have that. Their life sucks and they just don't have the want to unsuck it. They don't have the want to get better. It just suck is reality, and they want to end it, right? And those people do exist, but we don't really have a way to tell the difference between that person and someone like CounterPoints who made it through it. And we can't. And the problem is we can't rely on an individual who's not living in a succinct reality necessarily, whose mental capacity is not all there to make the decision to end their own life, and even with the assistance of a doctor.
Doobie.
All right, so check it out real quick.
I want to make sure I get Doobie in, and we can go Salsa.
Yeah. So I'm stuck on that question. I think so. I totally understand where some of you come from. Sometimes you can get through depression. You can change your life, and things can get better, and things like this. But for some of these people, it's what if you're you have chronic paranoid schizophrenia, right? And if you miss your medication, your life goes to shit. So you're like a slave to this pill bottle. And I've known people who've had really, really, really bad depression. And if they miss a medication for a day or two, they fucking fall into a hole, right? And the fact that they were basically tied to this medication forever, and they needed to take this medication just to feel semi okay for a day, was that was hard, right? That's not an easy thing to be tied to a pill bottle, and you got to make sure that you're keeping your medication stocked every day and shit. So what? And there's some shit that you can't really treat, that you can't treat with therapy or medication. You can't treat with a family, or there's some traumas that just linger, right? And they eat at people. So what am I guess where I'm stuck at is what right do I have to tell somebody they need to deal with this because it makes me feel better when they're around?
Well, that's where the problem is. That's where the problem is because it's not, the underlying reasoning is never that do this because it makes me feel better. I think the underlying rationale is typically that we want you to do this because we have evidence that pretty much suggests that there is a light at the end of the tunnel, and eventually these feelings
some
will
people.
dissipate. For the vast majority of people, when it comes to like mental issues and things like that, with time, depression can be healed. There is
but not
a
just
light.
depression. Like there are other things other than depression, right? Like
Oh, so you mean like things like terminal illness? Because those things
no,
we already
no, not those things.
Okay,
No,
what
I'm
things?
talking about like chronic paranoid schizophrenia, or just the
Sure.
fact,
So, okay,
just the
great.
knowledge. Hold on, just
Mhm.
just the knowledge that they were sexually assaulted repeatedly, right?
Mhm.
Just knowing this, right? This
Yeah.
this
Can
this
I?
fact in their brain all
So what
day.
I hold on really
Like,
quickly. Let me
I
address
don't
that
like
because they've
the
made
fact
this
that they're the
multiple
vast
times. So for
majority.
we recognize already when it comes to even things like paranoid schizophrenia. There's psychiatrists who will eventually get the medication right that will help those people to be able to be functional, such that things like paranoid schizophrenia can be dealt with and can be lived with. The earlier you catch it, the better. But it's not like that thing is something that's permanent, which is why I am so much an advocate against suicide, because I understand how it feels. Like, especially the younger you are, everything feels like it's forever. Like there will never be another a light at the end of that tunnel. But there is a light at the end of the tunnel, and plenty of people have experienced it. Plenty of people live it, and life becomes something that's beautiful and something that can be cherished. So I would always suggest, yes, like in these cases, most of these people will be able to be helped for sure. So when it comes to even things like the knowledge that someone was like repeatedly sexually assaulted, we have psychiatrists and psychologists and therapy and things like that to help people learn to process those things such that it's no longer a relevant harm to them. And I think that's something
I
that we
don't
should
think
be
that's true.
advocating for.
Doobie,
What?
can I?
Okay.
Can I
I
address
think you're
this real quick?
overstating.
No.
What my mother does is she's a licensed clinical psychologist and a licensed clinical family therapist. I've heard some of the most, she never ever has ever told me any of the names of any of these individuals. I mean, some of the most abjectly horrific things that I've ever witnessed in humanity have happened to some of her clients. And the thing is, like after a certain amount of time and with a lot of healing and a lot of help, and those people can eventually get to the other side of that thing, where those things, molestation and rape and all of these other heinous things, do not have to forever remain as the defining factor of these people's lives. There is a light at the end of that tunnel. Suicide should not be the thing that's sought after. There is help for these people.
Can I?
Okay,
Doobie.
Okay, but fanatics. So given that this is possible for a lot of people, right? That a lot of people do get to the other side of this. But what if this requires like lifelong therapy or lifelong visits to psychiatrists or lifelong medication, or maybe the medication doesn't exist yet, and we're telling them they should wait until it comes out because someday this is gonna be fixed, right? Like why? It is me telling them, hey, yeah, I know you're suffering, but wait, don't go anywhere, right? You need to keep suffering because someday it might get better.
Yeah, can
Right?
I?
And I don't know if I have the right to tell somebody that.
Can I?
Like,
Can I please?
We're not saying that.
Fanatic,
Well,
can I please?
Go ahead. I hope you're doing a good job. Please do.
Thank you. So basically, Doobie, this is kind of what I was thinking is like, I don't know how old your mom is. Maybe she's like, in her 60s, 70s, 50s, whatever. And I was kind of thinking to myself, it's like, how much do you have to contribute? And what I kind of realized was this gets back to the Jordan Peterson thing where it's like a lot of people who are defined by trauma or illness or whatever, one of the main things that they can do is they can help other people who have experienced similar trauma or illness and adopt responsibilities related to that. So you're not necessarily trying to save yourself because ultimately these people aren't concerned with saving themselves. They're concerned with saving other people who have experienced similarly related things. So for instance, like white rice, if you had specific knowledge that helped alleviate chronic physical pain that you could share with other people who were experiencing chronic physical pain, you would probably have some kind of positive feedback loop where even if you didn't have good days, you were able to do that. And that's the other thing for me. It's like there's so much shit to do. There's kids who don't have families. There's pets who need to be adopted. There's garbage to be fucking cleaned up. There's fucking communities that need to be improved. And so that's what I'm saying. It's like the answer, salvation might not be in yourself. It might be in other people. And I think we need to include that in the calculus.
Yeah, and you're right. Like but like I said, I'm severely lucky. Like I have days where I dissociate and like I just can't be fucked with. I'm like fuck off world. But some of my closest friends who deal with chronic depression, my worst day of dissociating doesn't even come close to their average day. Like where I'm just like, I want to lay in bed, fuck the world, fuck you, don't call me. I'm gonna turn off my phone so I don't even have to worry about anything. No, fuck everybody. Doesn't come close to what some of them are dealing with. And like Fanatic, I don't know if you like if you meant this in a different way, but saying can make them functional. The reason why I laughed is because being a functional human being and being a healthy, happy human being are two completely different things. And I'm functional, being that I have to deal with all these things. That doesn't mean that I'm happy. That doesn't mean that I'm
You don't
healthy.
need to be
And
happy.
like,
So don't
what? Wait, what? What are you talking about? The whole point of like going through all this therapy and going through all the fucking shit that people with depression and chronic illnesses go through is so that we can be happy and healthy. And like, I'm sorry, your story isn't everybody else's story.
I didn't
So
say that
I'm
my
gonna
story
have
was everyone else's.
no. I know.
Gambit talking.
Well, yeah. I know Gambit, but like what I'm saying is
Yeah.
that like
Potentially
what I
your
was saying to
phrasing of life
but what I
and
was saying
happiness is a part of your
what I was
problem.
saying to Fanatic though is that like the reason why I said your story isn't everybody else's story, Fanatic, and I'm not saying that you were saying that. Like don't get me wrong.
Right.
I'm not trying to
Then
put
why are we
words in your
bringing it
mouth.
up? Why are you addressing something
No,
that I didn't say or wasn't believing or wasn't even
wait.
my
I know.
underlying
Let me finish.
ideology?
Let me finish what I was saying. Because you were basing like your take on like you can get through this and like the vast majority of people off of your story and what your mom has told you being
No,
that
no,
she's
no, no,
a
no, no.
clinical
There's
psychologist,
studies
right?
for this things. I'm not just talking about myself,
Okay.
my experience, or my mother's word
So
on it.
I
Right?
haven't
I'm
read
talking
that.
about-
I haven't read that, and
sure.
please show me your evidence because I haven't seen anything that shows that the vast majority of people with depression are quote curable. Because to my knowledge,
The word isn't
depression,
cure. You wouldn't say
depression
cure.
isn't curable. Like you can't get better. It's treatable, and we can help you find a baseline.
But you
Maybe
think everyone who falls into depression, they're terminally depressed their entire
Right?
life?
Like, what are you talking about?
Ooh,
This is the silliest
You
shit.
can't possibly believe that, right?
There's another misunderstanding.
What
You
is-
believe that, White Rice? Answer the question. Don't
are you
give us
are
a
you saying
dumbass face.
are you
don't
saying that depression's curable?
Oh my god.
Wait, okay. So
So-
maybe the word cure is probably improper here. Do you think depression is treatable such that it's no longer a significant part of people's lives? Do people get to the other side of depression such that it is treatable, such that it is no longer a significant or defining portion of their life?
So if
Does
you're
that happen?
saying treatable, like where I can give you a drug that you can take it and you may be able to find like a baseline where you can continue
You
to
think that's the only
function
way?
throughout life,
You think they
then
all get
yes.
drugs?
But it goes from you are dependent on like your life is
You think every
focused
depressed
around your
person needs
depression
chronic
to your
drugs
life
for the
is
rest of their
focused
lives?
around that drug that
Can you
you
answer the
take
question?
for the
You're
rest
talking
of your
around the
life.
question. Answer the damn question.
Wait, no,
Do you
I
think
wasn't
everyone who
responding to
falls
you,
into-
Gambit.
let
I
me
wasn't
make sure you
responding to
understand the
you.
question,
I
because you're
wait,
saying
shut
a
up,
bunch of
shut
dumb
up for a
shit to run
second.
away.
Shut up
No,
for a
shut
second.
up. No, I'm
No,
talking.
shut up,
I'm talking.
because you
You
haven't
shut
dealt
the
with
fuck
this
up.
shit.
You answer the
So
question.
I'm talking
Do
to
you think
Fanatic
that
right now. No,
everyone
shut
who
up,
is
because I'm not going to
depressed
respond to you
needs
until I
medicine?
finish
Yeah,
talking,
okay,
because you
okay,
haven't dealt with
okay.
any of this shit. So I'm responding to Fanatic, and then you can
around
ask your fucking dumbass question, person who's never dealt with this shit before. Yes, do I think that you can
Wait, you don't know
treat?
that though. How do you even know? You don't know what
He's
someone
being
else has
virtue signaling
experienced. You
saying
can't
stupid.
say that.
Yo,
Yeah.
Why would you
Gambit,
make
stop
that
fucking talking.
statement? What are you talking
Okay,
about?
Gambit, stop fucking talking.
okay. Finish your point, and then we got to go do sauce. He's been actually waiting.
What I was responding to Fanatic is yes, I think that it can be treatable, but I don't think that there is any evidence. Like I haven't seen the evidence out there that shows that, like, beyond just it being treated to where you're dependent now on a drug to like give you a baseline throughout life. I haven't seen anything out there. And I know that there's cases where they're trying to treat like PTSD and stuff with therapy
GSU,
and
it's
with
not.
like psilocybin.
It is. It's very
GSU,
dumb.
you don't know
It's
any of this shit.
disgustingly
You are
dumb.
so dumb on this subject.
No,
You don't
man.
know a fucking thing. So shut the
How do you know
fuck
that?
up and back up,
How do you know that?
bitch. Back
How
up.
you know that?
Okay, all right.
Just
Okay.
so happy you call me a
Let's.
bitch.
Oh boy, let's go to new salsa.
Yeah, I really don't know why everybody's even harped on about like whether or not someone has a mental illness or physical illness or anything else like that. If someone who's sound mind or whatever, they enjoyed their life up until the fucking age of 33, and they were like, you know what, I'm done. I did everything I want to do. The remaining of this life doesn't seem that like good to me. I'm completely sane. I've done everything right. And over a course of period of time, they keep that stance and decided to go with a smile on their face. And like, why the fuck? Like, who are you to tell them no? Like, this is the crux of it all. Like, what is the need to continue to tell people to remain here for what reason? If they make a decision they want to go, especially this particular sane person that I talked about that has no mental issues in this hypothetical, like what? Like, why? Who are you to dictate what they can do in their life?
I get why conversations loop like this, but here I'll try to break it down again because we definitely did answer this question. It wasn't like this was just avoided. The reason why the thing that we actually stated was because of the fact that we have to, most of us, I don't know, people who actually read, we believe that for the vast majority of these people, there is a light at the end of the tunnel. Well, I think there's plenty of evidence to suggest it. There is a light at the end of the tunnel. I didn't come here with the plans of demonstrating that. We can have a follow-up conversation, and I will show you.
Oh, we don't got to look at that. Did you listen to what I said? Because you're not talking about.
What I'm saying is specifically, we recognize there is a light at the end of the tunnel, and because of that light, most of us believe that instead of allowing people to give into despair, it would probably be more reasonable in the interest of the protection of the life for that individual to allow that individual time and space for them to come to the conclusion that life is actually better than that. It seems like, especially those of us who have experienced depression and have gotten to the other side of it, that we could easily imagine a world in which instead of them respecting like the ability for us to overcome it, we can imagine a world where someone would have made those decisions had it not been for my faith, had it not been for that. And I'm not the only person. There are people who have experienced life on the other side of depression who have recognized that life does get better and know that had they had done what had been on their mindset to do before, that they would be in a totally different situation that would be pretty problematic. And so I think all of us, in the interest of those individuals, all of us with brains, in the interest of those individuals, recognize it's probably better to go ahead and protect the lives of those individuals as opposed to just go ahead and saying, whatever, screw it. This is what you want right now, even though you probably would have felt differently later on. Whatever, screw it. Just go ahead and kill yourself. Like, that's what we're thinking. That's what our interest is. That's what our motivation is.
Point at all.
So you didn't listen to anything.
I listened to literally everything you said.
No.
For what reason?
You're not addressing my point at all. The hypothetical that I brought up was someone who was not going through any type of depression, that was not going through anything. They're perfectly happy and content with the life that they live, and they just like, you know what? I don't want to go here tomorrow. I'm very content and happy with the life that I live. And why do I? So the question I was posing is, who are you in any case to tell this person who lived a very happy life to say like you have to stay? You didn't answer any of that.
The problem is, like, as far as we know, as far as research says, like,
hold on, no. I answered the for what reason portion. So for the other part, I'm going to go ahead and just call BS on your ridiculous hypothetical. For a well-adjusted, perfectly sane person with a great life that they're content with to just want to kill themselves sounds completely unfounded to me. But if you want me to entertain this ridiculous hypothetical, I would say that most of us would probably assume in those cases that an individual that's well-adjusted and perfectly sane with a great life that's doing that, we'd probably say that this is indicative, as science probably does, as most psychiatrists would probably say, this is indicative of mental health issues, underlying mental health, undiagnosed mental health issues and so we need to find a way of dealing with these such that this person won't want to kill themselves. That's what we would probably say in those situations, because the thing that you're suggesting right now sounds completely unfathomable and unrealistic.
So do you know why I brought it up for it as a hypothetical? To figure out why the fuck do you still want to dictate whether someone can live or not. I understand this hypothetical is I understand this hypothetical is not a very good one, right? I understand that these people necessarily don't exist in at least count like mass numbers, but the idea of the hypothetical is to figure out, in this case, or this person that does, is why do you still feel the need to be able to tell this person they can continue doing or they must stay on this earth? That is it.
Right.
That is
And
the
when you
purpose
asked the
of the
question the first
hypotheticals.
time, right? And when you asked the first, okay, great. It's great you're saying this is the purpose of it. Because the first time you asked the hypothetical, all I did was provide the why. I provided you all of my underlying reasons for why I would say that this person needs to stay alive. You said that wasn't enough, and then and forced me to engage with your nonsensical hypothetical, which is literally unrealistic.
Because you didn't engage with the hypothetical.
And
Yes, I'm going to force you to engage with the hypothetical, dog. Like, obviously, the fuck. Why the fuck else would I not have? I'm going to say this hypothetical just so I can hear this speak.
Whatever, and now you just
No, it's my turn to yell with Fnatic. I want to yell with Fnatic. We can go back and forth.
Bro, I
know you're not
don't think
listening.
you're thinking
I
what
know
you're
you're
saying.
not listening.
Base as fuck right now.
But like, I know you're not listening. Man.
Okay.
What an actual idiot.
There you go. There you go. I'll just talk over you the same time, right? Is that what you want? We could do that. We could act like children. We can go back and forth.
I don't give a
There,
fuck.
see, here we're going. Now we're getting all emotional.
Okay, all right. Dionysus and Top Dolphin. We're on bonus time. We've already gone over the limit. So if you need to step out, that's okay.
Yeah. So to try to steer it back to more of a not that what it did. So when we talked about cure and heal, you're never going to be 100% after anything that's ever happened to you. You're never going to go back to 100%. That is not what anyone here is saying. We can help you live with it as least painfully as possible, right? If you break your arm, we got medicine, we got treatments, we got shit that can help you to your arm is better, that is usable, that it impacts you the least as possible, right? Same thing with depression, same thing with other mental illnesses. It's never going to be 100. It never will be 100. The light at the end of the tunnel is not 100%. It never will be 100%. It's just that it's better. Like it's not some magical cure that like I see people shit posting in chat and some confusion here. It's like it's never going to be curable. What we mean by cure is healed. It's enough to live with it that is not impacting your life in a major.
So, yeah. So first, I want to say that like medically, there is some such thing as curable. For example, what is it like a lot of STDs or STIs are curable. As in, you take a shot of penicillin, you wait 2 weeks, and it's done, and you're back to 100%. Depression and mental health things, as far as we know, are all treatable, in which you can get to a point in life in which you can operate on a daily basis. It doesn't mean you'll never have another bad day. For some people, it might mean that you like return to like a completely normal life, but the idea is that you can live a life that's healthy. But to engage with New Salsa's hypothetical, by the way, this hypothetical person who who has no mental illnesses and nothing wrong with their life and is happy and decides that they want to kill themselves. Sure. In a hypothetical world in which that person exists, sure, maybe it's okay that they kill themselves. But the problem is when you go creating a society that has rules that allows people to do this, people who are not okay, because right now that hypothetical person, from what we understand, doesn't exist, right? And when we create rules that allows this hypothetical person that doesn't exist to kill themselves, a lot of people who are not okay, who could get treatment and could get better and could get over things, could kill themselves in the process. Right? And we would say that like these people aren't making that choice of a sound mind, and therefore like them killing themselves would be unjust.
But who do we say that those people should have to go through the process of getting better or being treated?
We've answered it a bunch of times.
Yeah, so I'm not sure. I think we're going to loop here. So, to my audience, we are going to go into our open walk on panel right after this. We have more content coming your way, so stick around. No need to leave. We have more content. The stream is not over. If you have just found us at the stream, hit that follow button right now. Make sure notifications are on, so you know I'm going live. It is 6 next week. Don't want you to miss out on that. But yes, we have more content afterwards. !point social and chat. To follow us on social media. Jump into follow us on Twitter, where you'll find our channel updates. Jump to our Discord, where you will that's the heart and soul of our community. All of our conversations happen there. Our open panel, which we're going on to next. That happens there. Everything else happens. That's the center of what we're building here. So be a part of that community. We'd love to have you there. And then YouTube is where you'll find the VODs of everything that's happened here. That'll be on YouTube. Won't be here. So go there, like, comment, subscribe. All right. I'm going to give an outro tease on the visual, but once again, we have content coming after this. Stick around for that. All right. Thanks for this. This has been a weird one. This is not nothing here has gone to plan, but I think we had some worthwhile conversation, especially with this last part, talking about assisted suicide. And I want to thank everyone before we do anything else. Thank everyone for sharing, because yeah, this is a tough one, but well, yeah, we're here for you, all of you. Right. GSU Gambit, thank you for coming through, being a part of this, and sharing your perspective. As always, you're a valued member of this community. So GSU, please tell a little about yourself.
Yeah, I just want to say a couple things. So, yeah, I'm not on mute. Okay, good. Um, yeah, that was all types of nonsense said today. There's a claim that all depressed people need medicine in the perpetuity. There's so many different types of depression, and to say such a idiotic statement, I don't even understand why some people get invited. But but just more to the topic. I think that there's a lot of issues in our society. I think that some of these things are exacerbated by technology improvements that we've had and a lot of other things. I think to look at poor people or black people or trans people or veterans or the homeless or victims of crime like rape and incest or all the other demographics that have a disproportionate higher suicidality rate, to look at all of their issues and advocate for such a position like this rather than help and healthcare that we all used to advocate for on the left. It's disgusting to me. I think it's irrational, irresponsible, disgusting, and a whole bunch of other words. So yeah, so I advocate for Medicare for people dealing with these issues. I also advocate that people take up personal responsibility. There's a lot of memes in our culture around however you might feel about religion, however you might feel about having kids, however you might feel about forming intimate bonds with people. There's a bunch of ways that people find responsibility in their life. And if you're a person that is dealing with some of these issues, I would just hope that you would try and search out responsibility while also hopefully us collectively advocating for the healthcare that people need. Yeah, that's it. Follow me on Twitch, twitch.tv/GSU Gambit.
Nick is in chat. Okay. White Rice, first time here. Trial by fire. That's how that goes here. But still, thank you for coming through, being part of this, and contributing, especially sharing your situation. So, White Rice, please.
Yeah. So I'm White Rice. I'm really new to the Twitch politics and like this end of it. I'm used to the gaming side of things. I just started streaming on Twitch at White Rice Official. I'm a veteran. I'm Korean. I just I feel like stuff like this is something that I think it's funny when people are talking about stuff like this and they've never really experienced it. And I want, as much as I want people to be able to find healthy ways of getting through these things, I know that's not always possible for some people. In a situation like this, I think that if you can sit there and talk to your family about these things, and this is what you decide to do, like, I think that you should have all the power to do it, and that we shouldn't be able to stop people from having that bodily autonomy that we've been trying to fight for so long.
Okay. Next, we got an MVP. We got CounterPoints here with us. CounterPoints, thanks for being here. Thanks for coming back. We start the street off again today. And I'm always just ecstatic to have you around. Thank you for giving your perspective on all these things. It's always very valuable. Go ahead.
Yeah, sincerely appreciated. My name is Connor. I run a YouTube channel named CounterPoints. Type it into the search bar, you'll find me. Alternatively, you can do !Connor. If you haven't followed Prime already, please do so. If you have the ability to sub, please do so. Also, I am dual streaming onto Twitch now, which is awesome. And then the only thing that I wanted to say in reference to the subject, hopefully the computer doesn't interrupt me, is that medication helps, philosophy and religion help, but for people who have experienced like violent trauma, you will carry your ghosts with you. And the only way to carry those things is to find out what can be learned or to help people who have had similar experiences. As I kind of said already, salvation might not be just for yourself, it might be for other people. So if you have tips, tricks, experiences, trauma, anything that you can share with somebody else to help them out of the black hole that they're in, then I think you should offer that as a gift to the world. So you're asking why you should be here. I can't force anybody to be here. But I think that while you're here, there's a lot of things to be done. And if you could help out with those things, then it would be appreciated. So thank you, Prime, for having me. Sincerely appreciated. Love being here and looking forward to next week.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you. All right. We have Top Dolphin also came through. Always. We're happy to see him. We missed him the other day, but he was taking care of very important responsibilities, and so I'm excited that he could have some time today to be with us now. So, Top Dolphin, thank you.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I love coming here. I like this panel. I like the black panel better, but this panel's fun too. So it's nice to see counterpoints, even though like the internet and God hates you and doesn't want you to speak. I appreciate like listening to you. Awesome. At the end of the day, I kind of want to go back to the original topic, which is like physician-assisted suicide, especially when it comes to physical ailments. If you want to understand like what some people are going through, especially people with ALS, read the book Tuesdays with Maury. It's such a good book. It talks about this in really a lot of depth, and it's probably there's like 5 books in my life that I think were actually worth reading that like contributed positive things to my life that weren't entertainment, and like that's one of them. And the other thing I want to say is like as far as we know, like just to be like kind of responsible here, is that like if you're going through something, have some mental health issues, like go get help. Like at the end of the day, go see a doctor, talk to a physician, talk to a psychiatrist, and try to get the treatment you need, because the evidence that we have today shows that like you can get better, and like you should go out there and seek that help. That's all I want to say. Thanks for having me, friend.
Absolutely. Okay. Our next guest, Dionysus, is going to have to deal with that insult to white people. That this panel is just not good enough with your presence.
And then he only thanked Connor. He didn't thank me. Ouch. Thanks for having me, Prime. This was a fucking doozy. Shut up. This was a fucking doozy. It was fun. Thanks. Yeah, if you guys want to follow me, currently on a fuck Twitch spree. I'm gonna move to YouTube. Currently rebrand on that. Follow me on Twitch though, Dionysus_YT. My DMs on Discord and Twitter are always open for anyone.
Worth fighting for, I promise you. If I had like given in to my whims as a younger man, I would have done some really, really stupid thing at extremely young ages, and it would have been tragic because I've like helped so many different people. I can actually be a resource. Plenty of people like love me and depend on me, and I get something out of life in helping them in the same way they get out of life from helping me when I'm going through tough times. Your life is valuable. It is important. Please cherish it and value it. Said all that, follow me, twitch.tv/MrFanatic. Look at my music under the name Fanatic. YouTube channel, Ask Fanatic. All that.
Okay. Let's go to New Salsa. You had quite a lot to say here, and I'm glad you're around to say it and give your perspective on this, especially on a very tough subject. But thank you, New Salsa, for joining us.
Thank you so much, Prime, for hosting this stuff. It's extremely important that everybody talks about this type of thing, right? And I think it's extremely important as well to mention that you're here, and like if you need someone to talk to, my DMs are always open. Get the appropriate help that you always think to. That's a big reason, because even if we argued and we debated about all this other stuff about what you can and should do, you have to remember at the beginning points of myself and White Rice co-signed on this, and everybody else on this panel co-signed on this as well, that part of that stuff is a necessary therapy and talking to doctors and everything else along those lines. And this decision isn't one to be made lightly, nor, right? That's not what you need to take away. So please, at the end of the day, like once again, please reach out to me, talk. I will play RuneScape, or I've been doing that. I've been Rocket League, or I'll try anything, honestly. But yeah, with that being said, yeah, it was a very fun time, very good back and forth. Just know that if you're having like any type of mental anguish and everything else like that, it's you're not alone. You never ever are. May feel that way, but once again, do salsa, and like Discord is 9295 new salsa pound 9295 if you really want me, right? So yeah, that's about it. At the end of the day, stay. You're here. Thanks.
Thank you. Next, last but not least, we have Doobie. Doobie, again, I'm heartbroken that you've had to deal with that situation with your mother. I really, truly hope that can be worked out, and that she can find that light, and you guys can come out on the end of this. So, but thank you for coming on and sharing. I know it's deeply personal. I know it's deeply troubling, but you know I'm here for you.
Yeah, no, I think it'll be fine. And if it's not, I'll just show her your stream because everybody knows that, despite the way you feel, watching Prime's channel is all you really need to know that you're not the dumbest motherfucker on the planet. And that'll keep you going, I'm sure, for another year or so. So for people who don't know me, I'm Doobie. I help run the politics server, the best and biggest politics server on Discord. You should go there and talk to me about things because I assure you, you're more wrong than most of these people. Because I did screw a fanatic and Top Dolphin and GSU. Everybody hear about everything. They're actually genuinely intelligent people, and I respect what they say. Usually, most of the time, sometimes. So you should follow their shit. Also, go to my server. And Prime, yeah, thanks for having me on.
Thank you. I needed that. Thanks so much. But I need to say this. Of course, please go look for help, as all the people have been saying. In chat, we have the National Suicide Prevention Hotline number. Right? I'll spam it a few times just so you know. Like if you've ever had these thoughts, they're a fantastic resource. Please go check them out. Very important. Yeah. So if you ever are feeling that way, please try them. Or if you have someone you can trust, someone who's reliable in your life, try them as well. Right? But we want you to stay in this world. Okay. All right. So open panel. That's the thing. Yes. We are going to go into open walk-on panel. Any of these amazing individuals can join us, but if not, that's okay. Thanks for your time, your energy, your knowledge, and a fuck ton of your passion with us today. I know my audience appreciates it as much as I do. Good one.
Catch up.
It was nice talking to all you guys.
Yeah,
That was a fucking doozy.
I can't believe this, man.
All right, chat. Let's get you going. Nickelodeon. All right. What's up? I need a fucking haircut. That's what's up. Let's open up YouTube chat. Apparently YouTube crashed. Super sorry about that. We'll open up Twitch chat as well. Do at CounterPoints at this time if you want your questions answered, and I will answer your questions. And Nickelodeon. Sorry for the shitty hold music, but I'm clicking on buttons and my computer's being slow as balls. So I am very, very sorry to YouTube chat if you crashed and got basically weren't able to maintain. I'm sorry, Taze. I have $900 worth of computer parts right next to me, thanks to your very kind donations. We have about $600 left of stuff to buy, so we will be doing that on the 21st when I get some additional money available. And also, just in general, if you want to donate to that cause, obviously we want to pay Taze, we want to pay for the computer. We want to pay our editors and our guy who's been so kind as to do thumbnails. And of course, we want to expand into YouTube and Twitch. And we want to get IRL gear. We want to get training gear. We want to get guns. We want to get ammo. We want to do range days and community events and all that kind of shit. So if any of that interests you, then go ahead and, do memberships or patreon.com/counterpoints or super chats. If you are unable to do so, do not worry about it. I will answer your questions regardless of your membership or regardless of any donations or anything like that. So we're going to start with Twitch chat. And Vulcan Blackfire says at Counterpoints, you never broke up on our end on Twitch. Clearly an issue with connection to the panel. Yeah, maybe. I think it's actually the computer that's fucking up. Again, that's why we're going to be investing in it. Vulcan Rays, you ready for questions? Yes, I am. So Vulcan Rays, if you want to ask some questions, go ahead and do so in the Twitch chat. I will go to YouTube chat, come back to y'all, see if there's any new questions, jump back to YouTube, and then see if there's any new questions, then we'll keep it moving. Ganna Thrama. At Counterpoints, were you philosophical, nihilistic, hedonist, or were you just describing yourself as that? I was. It wasn't intentional and it wasn't like philosophically grounded, but I think that when you lose your religion and there's nothing really to believe in, then the only thing that there is yourself. And when it comes to yourself, you worship pleasure and try to avoid pain. I did not avoid pain because obviously I wanted to become the strongest version of myself, but in some way that was to avoid a greater pain of being underprepared for violence, which I do kind of trace back to the trauma of 9/11 and seeing people getting murdered and my grandparents being war veterans and all that kind of stuff. But ultimately, when I didn't have a god or an orienting philosophy, I used hedonism as a crutch, and as a result I engaged in some pretty negative behavior, and while I did find it pleasurable, I did not find it purposeful, and I found that I was miserable, which is why I kind of doubled back and did the Jordan Peterson thing where I adopted a bunch of responsibility and as a result found purpose. And since I found purpose, I started talking about that as a philosophy, because now I'm way less likely to fucking off myself. So if that helps you at all, then I would encourage you to explore those subjects, because a decent chunk of you are young and probably have some of the same philosophical questions that I had at your age. Mobsy55 at Counterpoints. I'm not saying that we can't change the world, because everybody does at least a little bit of that. Pat Schweiss, great quote. Just want to throw it out there. P.S. This is weekend jail. Dope. Yeah. Of course. You need to influence your immediate surroundings. You need to influence your people. You need to take care of your people. All that kind of stuff. And while I can't force anybody to stay on the planet, I do hope that you will come along with me in order to try to make the world a slightly better place than when we found it, because that's kind of my orienting philosophy. So I don't see any more. Vulcan Blackfire at Counterpoints. I think the general principles of JBP hold true as you express them. That said, its prescription isn't a solution, only an aid to get by. I think you agree the solution requires societal structures that incentivize harmonious communities. What are some of those structures specifically in your mind? Yeah, so this is why I talk about like civic principles and civic education and moral education as a part of school. I think we need to have strong schools, universal pre-K. We need to view every single young person inside the United States of America as an investment in order to improve the society. So while I was definitely more fiscally conservative and I want efficient, productive institutions, I do think that investing in every single kid is worthwhile. Additionally, secondary education like college, it's pretty cheap. It's like $26 billion a year. We spend more. Wait. Universal pre-K is $26 billion. I want to say universal college is like 76. So for like $100 billion a year, we could have universal education for everyone, cradle to grave, for pretty much everything that everybody wants. They could also do it for trades and all that kind of shit. And not just that, but we spent $50 billion a year on the war in Afghanistan. So it's not like we don't have the fucking money. So I'm kind of sick of Republicans and fiscal conservatives using fiscal conservatism as an excuse to not invest in our society, especially if they, like, if you're conservative and you want to conserve a strong society, then you have to have strong social structures. I don't get what this like fiscal fucking ANCAP bullshit is coming from, but I think Reagan and a bunch of fucking ANCAP philosophers fucked us over. So anyways, that's just one of them. Obviously law enforcement needs reform, obviously immigration needs reform, all that kind of shit. I'm gonna jump over to YouTube chat. If you have any questions in Twitch chat, go ahead and post it now. I'm gonna bounce back to y'all, then bounce back to YouTube chat, and then we're probably gonna call it a day. So CJW74. So wait, you still going at Counterpoints? Yeah, I'm sorry that it interrupted. I didn't mean to disconnect randomly. I think that was the restream.io. That sucks that we lost about like 40 viewers on the YouTube side, but If you want to ask questions, now's the time to do so. Weekend jail at Taze Grove. Did everything in YT chat get yeeted from before the crash? Yes, probably weekend jail. Just assume that it did. So ask your question again if you have any questions. Just some internet check at CounterPoints. What on earth is the blue thing on you? And also, how fast does your Moses beard grow? This is probably about 60 days of growth. I had to shave for an interview back in September, and it's not September, August. Mid-August. So this is probably a beard from August 14th, maybe. So September, October. Yeah, this is about a 60-day beard. So yeah, I need a haircut and I need to trim my beard, but you know, whatever. Weekend jail at CounterPoints. I'm not saying that we can't change the world. Yeah, because everybody does a little bit of that. Patch twice. Yeah, it's a great quote. And incrementalism is obviously a huge part of it, a part of what I advocate for. Kung Fu Joe at CounterPoints. Do you have the right to stop someone from stopping their suffering? No, I'm actually I'm okay with euthanasia. Dealing with pets who were suffering and had cancer and terminal diseases kind of made me see that you shouldn't suffer just to suffer. And it's weird that we make human beings suffer more than we do our own pets. Clearly, euthanasia is morally justifiable. Weekend jail at CounterPoints. Is this on Twitch chat? You don't need to read it twice. I don't give a shit. It's fine. It's a good quote. Nicholas McHale at CounterPoints. All Nietzschean suffering makes us a whole stronger person. Yeah, but you know what doesn't kill you gives you arthritis. So. Just some internet check. Is there anything actually in the Bible that directly talks about suicide? Apparently, there's a passage in Genesis that Jews use to justify being anti-suicide, and then the Christians kind of adopted that. As a believer, this still bothers me despite wanting to have the right to the end of life if necessary. Yeah, pretty much. Weekend jail at CounterPoints. I think this is the idea I got, but if you could elaborate on your thoughts on basically having a purpose being somewhat of a key to mental health. Yeah, for me, not talking about for y'all, but I needed an axiom or a foundational principle through which to build the rest of my life. I was constantly looking, when I became an adult and I was looking for a coherent philosophy on which to build my life. Obviously, religion can be coherent, but it isn't necessarily correct. And I found a bunch of contradictions that I didn't like inside the Christian faith and the other faiths. And as a result, I wasn't able to be religious. So I needed a moral grounding through which to philosophize out the rest of my life. And what that was is the world is chaotic and it's corrupt and time stops for no man and it destroys everything and all that kind of stuff. And kind of like the Buddhist perspective, like the only thing that's constant is change and existence itself, it seems, right? So as a human being, I choose to orient myself as an agent of order in which the world is chaotic, it's falling apart, and every single day, whether it's my room or my relationships or my family or my work or anything like that, I take one step closer to having an ordered life and making the world a little bit better than it was. And what that does is, despite incredible physical pain and previous injuries and spiritual nihilism and sins that I've committed, I can basically say, I'm going to wake up tomorrow and I'm going to make the world a little bit of a better place. And because I have that orienting philosophy, I can ask other questions about like what's good, what's bad, what's good for me, what's bad for other people, or what's bad for me, what's good for other people, what's bad for other people, and then that helps me answer questions about what I want to achieve before I kick the bucket. And so I think that's important because the truth is that there are going to be challenges in the world that are going to fuck with your system, whereas this philosophical system cannot be fucked with by death or disease or depression or anxiety or anything like that, because it takes all of those things into account in its moral and axiomatic grounding. So yeah. ZJW74 at CounterPoints. Random question: what are your thoughts on a physical border wall like what Trump's wants? Yeah, I kind of meme about invading down to the Davian Gap south of Panama. I'm joking, but I think it would solve a lot of problems. And the only reason why I'm joking is because nobody else wants to do it. Vale at CounterPoints. Thoughts on what happened earlier on Twitter with the tankies? Oh, man. So, fuck tankies, number one. What happened was, I'm actually probably going to make a video on it. I admitted to my wife and I having a fight, and it was in the context of like the 40% statistics with police law enforcement abuse. I admitted to my wife and I having a fight and me grabbing her wrist during that fight because she jammed a finger towards me in close proximity after walking up to me, and how constituting that, because based off of the definition of the studies, that would be like domestic abuse. contextualizing that as the same thing as somebody who gets wasted and beats the shit out of their wife or their kids is so fucking insane that it drives me crazy. And the person who originally tweeted it is actually like Vosh's roommate. So, you know, punching into the leftosphere. And what happened was I just had a bunch of fucking tankies and MLs and fucking nasty fucking leftists jumping on my mentions, and they're like, I bet you love shooting dogs. I bet you beat the fuck out of your wife. I bet you beat the fuck out of your kid. I bet you love killing minorities. I bet you love abusing autistic people. I bet you love killing autistic people. And so it was just this like fight that I didn't want to concede because I knew my point was correct, but I was by myself, unfortunately. There was only a few people who came into the comments and were willing to throw elbows with me because they just saw a dog pile and they didn't want to become a part of it. So I was pretty much by myself for like 4 hours fighting some of the most vile and disgusting and uncharitable people I have ever had the displeasure of talking to. And I didn't want them to think that they like had riled me up so hard that I had to block them because I couldn't deal with what they were saying. So I kept engaging them and I kept trying to like deflect it with humor or deflect it with a story or deflect it with what I was actually saying. And they just kept consistently being cunts. So I used a bunch of really bad words, including the R slur, which was not good of me to do. And, you know, I still think that these people are rancid, evil fucking cunts. But eventually I was just like, all right, well, I said everything I gotta say. Fuck y'all. Block, 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 block. And then some other fucking dickhead tried to fucking ratio me within the comment section. And I ratioed him back. And like, I know ratios aren't supposed to mean shit. Like, if 6 months ago, Connor caught current Connor caring about an internet ratio, then he'd probably fucking kill himself. But at the same time, the reason why I went for it and the reason why I'm happy that it occurred is because I just wanted somebody to recognize how fucking disgusting these people are. And it was frustrating that I was by myself. And I'm not telling y'all, like, if it's bad for your mental health, number one, don't be on Twitter. Number two, you never have to jump into a fight with me just because I started a fight with the wrong fucking people. But it was discouraging. It was really discouraging to try to break through to people using humor or facts or logic or reason or description or definition and just not being able to break through. And I don't think these people actually realize that they're like zealots and ideologues. And it's disgusting. It's actually really disgusting to me. So what I'm really saying is fuck those rancid fucks and their stupid fucking asses. That's what I'm saying. Kung Fu Joe says the line is what doesn't kill you makes you stranger. Cherios. Chris Cherios says, have you read 12 Rules for Life? I have not, but I have read the rules themselves, and I've read like the general paragraph descriptions. I started reading like 12 Rules for Life, and he was talking about fucking lobsters and shit for too long, and then I got a little bit bored and whatever. But I have watched like probably like 100 hours of Jordan Peterson college lectures, and I really enjoyed them a lot. What would happen is I would get bored and I would kind of drift off into space, and then he would say one sentence that I was like, oh my God, that completely reorients my perspective on the world. And that's what I found as I was watching this college lecture series was like, there's like 20 to 30 minutes of boredom per golden nugget that actually changed the world that I perceive the world, or changed the way that I perceive the world. So it was really interesting. Weekend jail at CounterPoints. I think drugs have their place, but in my experience, they don't really address the issue of anxiety, depression, thoughts. Yeah, of course. That's why I was kind of talking about like you have to have a philosophical or axiomatic grounding in order to make your life worth living. Just some internet check. What happens to your system if the person finds no positive impact from feeling like they are changing the world? Actually legitimately asking for a friend. Yeah, DM me on Twitter. I'm a little tired right now for, you know, helping to save somebody particularly from their own dissatisfaction. But at the same time, if you wanted to DM me on Twitter or on Discord specifically, I wouldn't mind addressing that more. ZJW74 at CounterPoints, when you have Spurgs on Twitter going and the conversation isn't going anywhere, just drop a goatsy. Yeah, can you DM me a goatsy? Because I think somebody said that on Twitter earlier, and I don't remember what the fucking goatsy is. Is that the dick-looking motherfucker? I forget. We get in jail. So tankies are bad faith actors and mostly terrible people. Imagine my shock. Yeah, it's my fault for trying to fight them, actually. Alexander La Rochelle. At Counterpoints, what are your thoughts on the notion that chaos has its place in the world of things? I'm coming from a Nietzschean perspective of Dionysian and Apollonian perspective. Yeah, 100%. This is actually something that Jordan Peterson says. You don't root yourself as an agent of order because chaos is bad. As a matter of fact, like order can be bad if it's too stringent or if it's not stringent enough. Whereas chaos is the creative field and the destructive and flexible field that ordered persons have to travel into in order to gain things of value. This is where the straw man of Jordan Peterson is like, men are ordered creatures and women are chaotic creatures and men are good and women are bad. That's such a dumb fuck interpretation of like what he was saying. What he was saying is that historically, mythologically, these things were oriented based off of gender, but not necessarily. That's just the way they were oriented, like, historically. And then on top of that, order doesn't mean good. Order just means order. And then what was I thinking? And then basically, in order to be a properly ordered person, you have to venture in realms of chaos in order to become a productive human being. And then if you're like a chaotic person and you love chaos, then what I would say is the inverse is probably true, where you can be a chaotic and creative human being who enjoys chaos, but in order to be a productive and efficient human being, you probably have to venture into the realm of order and temper your randomness and temper your lack of discipline. So yeah, anyways. At Counterpoints, I hope you know that there are some lefties that agree with you. I would have jumped in sooner if I had realized as lefties we should apply the same level of nuance to everyone. Yeah, it's no big deal. I was upset about it earlier, but it's stupid to be upset about like Twitter shit, basically. So I know I'm stupid, but I'm a sensitive guy. I'm a sensitive white guy. I fight the good fights as one of the good whites, you know? You mean they're Chris Chelio says you mean they're the thing they swore to destroy? Oh, man. Yeah, weekend jail at Counterpoints. I basically had the same experience with JBP college lectures and have heard basically what you said frequently. Is this common for you as well when talking to people like JP? Yeah. And then the frustration is just because, like, obviously since JBP isn't, like, the most enlightened fucking progressive when it comes to trans issues, like, everybody ignores and takes a giant shit on him. So, yeah. Yeah. Man, I'm so fucking tired. All right, I'm going to answer Kung Fu Joe. I'm going to go to Twitch chat, jump back to YouTube chat, and we're going to call it. Kung Fu Joe says, there's no order in a... Order is a digital clock, and chaos is an analog clock. The digital only shows you exact time, doesn't mean there's nothing in between. Interesting. And I'm not talking about analysis. Okay, that's cool. All right, I'm going to check in on Twitch chat. We probably got a few people chilling in there. All right, Vulcan Blackfire asks again, I have a useful tool for conversations like these. My friend and I have a coping mechanism we call the third option. You can do the thing you need to do, not to do it, and deal with the consequences, or it's honestly a helpful framework to get you through the day, but it's also potential TOS workaround, the third option. Hold on, let's review this real quick. You can do the thing you need to do, not do it, and deal with the consequences, or you know. Or you know? No, I don't know. You need to fucking DM me. That's pretty funny. DM me on Twitter, _counterpoints_. That's funny. So, or Roblox. All right, I'll say it. You can do the thing you need to do. You can ignore it and deal with the consequences, or you can check yourself permanently out of the game. That's funny. That's good. Nice. Yeah. That like if I was feeling lazy, that's probably what I say. So, Twitch chat, there's like 8 to 10 of you or whatever. Vulcan Blackfire was the last person to leave a thing. I'm gonna go check in YouTube chat and call it a night. I am very tired. I do appreciate you. Please continue to watch on Twitch chat. We do need to get like a certain amount of hours logged before we'll be allowed to be an affiliate. And we can do like the subscriptions and shit. So the YouTube link is in the bottom. We're working on the website. The donate link might be live. So if you just wanted to do a donation, you might be able to do a donation down there since we don't have a sub button. And like I said, we're working on computers and shit. So if you want to help out, then go ahead and do that. If you're broke or a college student or something like that, don't worry about it. I appreciate you. So I appreciate y'all. I'm gonna check in on YouTube chat and then we're gonna call it. Weekend Jail says, at CounterPoints, yeah, it's really unfortunate that a lot of people dismiss JPP out of hand in some Vice interview, and I don't care. Yeah. All right, cool. Amber, hi. I am doing well. Yeah, I appreciate you. So sorry that YouTube crashed, and sorry that we had tech issues. Like I said, Taze has a whole bunch of computer parts ordered. I already just yelled at him on Discord in order to come out to help us build it so we don't have to deal with these tech issues in the future. I sincerely appreciate y'all. I wish you an excellent night, and I will catch